Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech. In today's digital age, managing data efficiently is essential for businesses to thrive. SAP HANA Admin plays a crucial role in ensuring the smooth operation of SAP HANA systems. Let us dive into SAP HANA Admin. In simple terms, SAP HANA is a revolutionary platform that combines database, data processing, and application platform capabilities. As an SAP HANA admin, you'll play a crucial role in ensuring the smooth functioning of this powerful system. The demand for SAP HANA professionals has surged by 40% in the past year alone, making it one of the most sought-after skills in the IT industry. Understanding SAP HANA administration isn't just about staying competitive in the job market. It's about enabling organizations to leverage real-time insights, streamline operations, and drive innovation. Throughout this course, we'll cover everything you need to know to excel as an SAP HANA admin. From installation and configuration to monitoring and troubleshooting, each lesson will equip you with practical skills that you can apply immediately in your career. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Technology innovations. 2. SAP HANA proof points. 3. Improvements in technology. 4. Data transfer. 5. Implementation methodology. 6. Disk sizing. 7. CPU sizing. Let's dive in.
So today I'll be taking you through the HANA introduction. So I'm a HANA certified consultant and I've done my first implementation on HANA 1.0 when it was on SP3, when HANA was initially launched. And I'll be taking you through the all areas like, mostly the installations, HANA installations, the sizing, how to do the sizings, what are the real-time scenarios. And if you get a chance, we'll be discussing and we'll be sharing the screens for the real-time scenarios as well. It depends on a case to case. So that's one area, and along with this, the basis administration tasks, most of you are from basis, and if you have any issues or any doubts in regards to basis and in combination with HANA, even those will be addressed. So I guess majority of your basis consultants is HANA administration is primarily targeted at SAP basis consultants, or you should be any database administrator. These are the two prerequisites to go through this HANA administration course, or any technical consultant working as an admin on any technical platform. This purely deals with administration and integration. Why basis is basically we have all the tools, the installer tools, the monitoring, the standard way of approaching the SAP products is all same in almost all SAP products. So HANA is just a database product of SAP. So having basis experience will be an advantage. And HANA as being a database, even if you don't have SAP knowledge, if you have worked as a technical admin or a DB admin, that will merge well. Okay, let's start with this training. Any other doubts? Anyone else? So basically, go through the introduction. So it implies once as you guys are all coming for HANA administration demo, so you all might be already knowing HANA implies high performance and analytic appliance and its in-memory computing engine and all. So this everybody knows. If you Google it, okay, you get the acronym what it is and all. So let us quickly see in a short way why basically SAP has come up with its own database. SAP is practically known for ERP. So let us see. So if anybody is not from a non-SAP background, I'll give a little bit brief information on what is SAP and why SAP has come up with its own database. So this is something which nobody says, or which someone can say only with experience or being in SAP for more than a decade. So basically SAP, what do we know when you started career as your basis consultant or when you initially joined into SAP? SAP is basically an ERP product. SAP is a system application products. Its primary product is ERP. And after it started with ERP, and later on it has almost about 40 to 50 products in its portfolio. ERP products, CRM, SRM, like there's many products, ABAP-based product, which are basically used for different business vertical and in different business scenarios. And SAP stands as a global leader. It stands as a global leader in a ERP market. If you see 100 customers across the globe who are using ERP, like some out of that scale, you can see 75% customers completely using only SAP, and remaining 25% customers, that segment goes for Microsoft Dynamics, Oracle Labs, and some other ERP vendors. So that's that is about in short about SAP. And if we try to know why SAP is a global leader in ERP, because this is the only SAP ERP products or ERP product vendor where its product can be installed on any operating system, any database. For example, if you select any other ERP products, those products can be installed either in a Windows and SQL combination. For example, Microsoft Dynamics, or for example, Oracle ERP. Same is the case with most of the products. But SAP can be installed on any OS, any database. So being a basis consultant, based on your experience, you might have seen like one support project, you might have seen the platform running on Windows and MS SQL database or Windows Oracle. And some other next project, you might have seen the systems running on Linux and Oracle database, or Linux or some other DVD database like this, or any HP, Unix, AX. So this is the versatility of the SAP products. So after being so versatile, being a global leader in SAP or in ERP segment, why SAP? What is the need for SAP to come up with its own database? So as SAP being there in the market, it's there in the market almost more than 3 decades, like, almost 30 to 40 years now. So since the SAP started its R1, R2, R3 platforms. After being able to install on any OS, any database, so it was always why a product is a global leader. And it is a global leader more than 3 decades. For 30 years, being a leader in the market is not a small thing. It's a really big thing. And what are the reasons behind it? Because SAP always tries to give the best out of best solutions to its customers. And it has customers from small, medium to large scale enterprises. So every customer who has an issue, if they go back to SAP or SAP support, they ensure that the customer gets the right solution and the issue is addressed. And it doesn't re-arise or it doesn't occur in the next release. I mean, releasing the patches and other things. So being so robust application, giving so much importance to stand on the cutting edge technology, and SAP also spends about 70% of their revenue only on research and development to enhance the products. Only on research and development to bring up the new solutions and new technologies than SAP. This is one more primary area where we have to look at. So being all this, it is SAP, it is a product which can be installed on any operating system, any database. So being in this process, when it has issues or when its customers has issues, it was giving solutions from the application side. But when it is coming to controlling the issues from the OS related or DB related, it doesn't have hold on it. SAP is giving a solution from its part. So SAP is playing fair. But what about the DB vendor on which your SAP application is running? They're not optimizing the database. They're not optimizing the operating system according to the requirements given by SAP. Even if they're optimizing it, they're not optimizing it as soon as possible. If SAP is asking them to optimize it, now they're doing it maybe after 6 months or after 1 year. So literally, who is facing the problem? SAP customers are facing the problem, and who is taking the blame? SAP application is taking the blame. So looking at all this process, SAP has tried to come up with its own database. So HANA is not first database launched by SAP. So prior to this, it has launched its own database as MaxDB way back, some 9 years back, 10 years back. So it was successful, but it couldn't address the issues of large-scale databases. The database is crossing 500 GB, 1000 GB. It was not in a position to address those issues or performance-related concerns. And later on, that was only confined to content admin. That's one more product of SAP. And later on, it has released Sybase, SAP product, SAP database product. So Sybase was working well since past almost 7 years now. So it's doing good. And later on, it has come up with its HANA. Some 5-7 years again. Similarly, with Sybase and HANA was launched parallel. So the primary reason to come up with HANA is to address all the issues, like what all issues SAP has seen or facing with all the current existing hardware vendors or database vendors. So to put a check to all those issues, or to address all those issues, and to primarily to resolve the performance related issues at hardware level and at database level. Now we'll see what is HANA database. HANA stands for it's purely a database product of SAP, which stands for High Performance Analytic Appliance. We basically call it as SAP In-Memory Computing Engine, IMCA. So it's an appliance for processing high volumes of transactional data in real time, include tools for data modeling, data and lifecycle management, security operations. Provide support for multiple interfaces based on industry standards. So there's one more thing here. So processing high volumes of transactional data in real time. So for this, we have to see in one business example. Prior to that, one more advantage of HANA is purely a database product, which can be not only used with SAP applications, but it can also be used as a database for any other product, non-SAP products. It can be used for Hadoop or some other application. You want to use HANA database as a database, you can use HANA database. And in process of bringing its own database, it wants to address the issues. So primarily, see, you have the server which is running with a 200 GB database in it. The hardware server running with a 200 GB of DB size. And the server has a RAM about 12 GB, out of which 2 GB goes for, usually 2 GB goes for application. You're trying to read the entire database in a single shot. You're trying to read something from a database. So this 10 GB, if it has to read the 200 GB database, it has to slice it in how many small parts? 20 parts. So that will actually create the performance issues, or that will actually completely occupy the RAM in the system. And you have to, and that when the RAM gets completely consumed in a server, what we'll have performance issues, and other users will not be in a position to do anything in the system. To address this, what we'll do is, we'll schedule background jobs, or we'll try to schedule to update it or to read it in a small chunks or in a small parts from 1 to 10, 10 to 100. Like this, we break it into small pieces and try to perform that activity. So that is you're delaying your reading your transactional data. The processing whatever transaction you're trying to process in a large volumes or in a high volumes, you are actually postponing it. You're compromising on the resources part, and you're trying to postpone it, and you're waiting for another 1 hour or 2 hours to get the entire report completed and come with an output. So that's not the case in the case of HANA appliance. So if you're reading it now, what are the size of database, you get it immediately. So that is what, processing the high volumes of transactional data in real time. So basically, HANA is not only a database, it's not only a software appliance, it's a combination of software and hardware. It's a hardware and software combination. So to address these kind of requirements, so 200 GB disk space and having 10 GB RAM. So whatever software side database you optimize, it doesn't hold good. If you're not having the proper hardware resources. That is being identified by SAP, and that's when they also decided, okay, SAP being trying to manufacture our own database is not sufficient, but we also need to have a hardware which can accommodate, which can have more number of CPUs, more number of RAM, so that it can address the high volumes of the data, or which can read and update the high volumes of database. So when it was actually looking out for a hardware vendor or a hardware, they couldn't find a suitable hardware. So that's when SAP has started again. It's back to square one. This is research and development. It is back to square one. And they started developing their own hardware with more number of CPUs, more number of RAM, where it can accommodate hundreds of CPUs, terabytes of RAM, along with the disk space. So that's how SAP HANA is a combination of hardware and software database innovations. And when it says it includes tools for data modeling and data lifecycle management, we'll see this when we are installing it, when we are actually replicating data from existing SAP systems. We'll come to that. So SAP HANA is a solution for in-memory computing. The acronym HANA means High Performance Analytic Appliance, and the majority of the coding is written in C++. So same was the case with our SAP ERP R1, R2, R3, the BAP language, Advanced Business Application Programming Language. Even that was also developed on C++. So we'll see what are technology innovations. So what are basically, I'm saying we have innovations done at a hardware level and primarily at a software level. See, knowing this is very important. We may not be doing anything on a hardware part or we may not be developing anything on a database part. But if somebody says, okay, man, okay, you're a HANA admin, you're a HANA consultant, fine. What is HANA? No, it's in-memory computing engine. So people have their own set of questions, doubts, whether the data sits in RAM or whether the data sits in disk. So if it is sitting in RAM, what happens if the server restarts? So all these questions arise. So basically, to address all those, so we need to know the basics. What is the reason for SAP to come up with its own database? And okay, it is coming up with its own database. What are the challenges? What is that? Why is that they have to come up with their own hardware as well? Because they don't find one suitable hardware. What is that? What is their intention of coming up with their own new set of next generation database? So all these questions. So to address all this, we need to know these ones. Well, I can't hear you. Can you once again? Let me see what is that you're typing. Does this have SSDs? I didn't get you. What do you mean by SSDs? So this technology innovations, like now, let's see what are the hardware technology innovations. And in this, like how many of you are familiar with servers, and how many of you have seen actual servers in a data center or in-house data center of your customers? See, basically in a servers, a data center, we call these as rack servers. We have all, or we call it as a server rack or a server data center, where it's completely equipped with, I guess, like, most of you might have already seen it. Just in case if somebody has not seen it, I'm just giving that information. So each server will be like, this big, and which will fit in each shelves, like, server 1, 2, 3, like this. You can have about 10 servers in the same box, in the same rack. And this will have this much big motherboard with CPUs, RAM, and fuzzy switch, everything in it. And when you have a server rack like this, you'll have another rack completely like this, which we call as storage area network, SAN, where all your disk drives are hosted. And any of these servers, like server 1, 2, all these servers, what are the space requirements or RAM requirements or space requirements they have from this in the particular data center, that will be mapped and that will be sliced from the SAN storage, and it will be given to these servers, allocated to the servers. So this is purely disk. This comes into picture when large scale enterprises and systems running with high volumes of database. I mean, bigger databases, which are more than 1 terabyte, 2 terabytes of database, where the DB growth on a daily basis is, on average, it is about 5 GB, 2 GB. The DB grows daily about 1 GB. That implies, like, on monthly it grows about 30 GB database is growing. In those cases, they'll have the storage area network. Rather than adding one disk, like you'll have one server rack completely full of disk spaces, and which will be like, procured for putting in the assessing the requirement for about 1 year to 2 years. So when this is the case, like, in a traditional way, the traditional servers, when it comes to SAP, you'll have the same kind of rack, same kind of servers. Like, the only difference here is, like, you'll have the entire motherboards like this, completely CPU. One rack complete full of CPUs, one rack complete full of RAMs. Because we need terabytes of RAM. We need RAM equal to the size of the database. So we see, like, why this RAM is needed to equal to that of database and all, memory, sizing requirements. What is the actual concept behind all this? So these kind of innovations have been done. Like, the hardware has been developed so that it can accommodate more and more number of CPUs and more number of RAM. So if you compare with the current servers, like, current servers or current laptops that we see, you can see like this. If you go to your system and if you do a manage like this, so you see there is something called as, if you have one physical server in our system or server, you can see multiple, you can see almost 4 processes. Like, if it is a quad core, you'll see 4, and if it is more, you'll see more server processes in device manager, right? Okay. See, here I have the processors. Here it is. See, my system has only one physical processor, but how many it is showing here? It is showing as 4 physical processors. So these count is actually called as cores. So my CPU count is, I have 4 core CPUs, each of 2.3 GHz. So this is how we gauge the CPU count in a servers or in a systems. So multi-core architecture implies like 8 physical processors. So each physical processor complex to each will act as 8 cores. So my laptop is showing one physical processor as 4 cores, and each in a HANA hardware, each physical processor will be used as 8 cores. And the current servers, like the recent hardware which I've seen now, recently for S4 HANA, each physical processor is typically acting as 3.5 gigahertz, and it is acting as 32 cores. So that's how they have enhanced the hardware in a much bigger scalable way. Massive parallel scaling with many blades. So blades are nothing but we typically call this as one blade. So set of blades or servers in each. So coupled together we call it as a server rack or a server data center. So massive parallel scaling with many blades. So if you have the servers like this, you have CPU, RAM and all. You're running short of RAM or CPU here. You put one more rack here, you add it here. And each processor will act as 8 cores. And 8 into 8, almost 64 cores per blade, per server. Yeah, 8 times parallel processing, exactly. And similarly, this kind of requirement never arose. So the hardware front, they were able to, improve it. Like, we also see like what are the innovations at the hardware level, and most of the database vendors, like, missed it. Like they couldn't upgrade or optimize the databases to that to meet the next generation hardware, or to meet the scalability of the hardware. So what we have now, we are still running old databases. We'll come to that. So one blade. So this is about the costing, which costs about $50,000 per enterprise class server. But basically, when we look at the performance related output and the profits that company going to make, the hardware, the amount that is being invested in hardware is nothing. And we'll see basically what is a business class segment that basically uses this HANA, and in what kind of scenarios the HANA is used and all. So 64-bit address space, 2 terabytes is in, maximum is 2 terabytes in the current servers. 100 Gbps data throughput, dramatic decline in price and performance. See, basically, the current servers can only address up to 2 terabytes in current servers. Like, now, like initially when it was released, it sold up to 2 terabytes, but it is more than 2 terabytes now. In memory, like you can hold more than 2 terabytes up to 10 terabytes also. But the advantages of coming into HANA is like you need not be having like that much bigger sizes of databases. It gives a very good compression, and once you migrate it to HANA, if you're migrating it from 100 GB, when it comes to HANA, it will be almost 50 GB. So we will see those as well. So software technology innovations. So hardware technology, yes, HANA wants to come up with their own set of new technology innovations in the software level, and they couldn't find a suitable hardware vendor like where they can accommodate more number of CPUs or more number of RAM in the same server. There was no hardware or a server motherboard which can accommodate or which can address that kind of requirements. So SAP HANA team has developed their own hardware, partnering with the vendors, and they have released their own HANA hardware now. So HANA can be installed only on SAP certified HANA hardware only. So initially they have developed the hardware, the patents are with SAP, and all these vendors, like all the major vendors who are supplying servers, are now partnered with SAP, and they produce the hardware and they give a share to SAP HANA, and they release the hardware. And that's how like SAP has control on the hardware as well now. Like if they want to do any changes, the HANA R&D team will update and enhance the hardware, and they release a notification to all its vendors. Okay, from now on, it is not i5, it is i7 or i9, i10, release this processor. So they are going to release the same. And so that's how they have control on a hardware level. And coming to software, what are software technology innovations? So typically, as we all know, every database has a row store and column store mechanism for storing the database in it, or for storing the data. So it has its own set of advantages in a row store column store mechanism, and it has its own set of benchmark points, which has proven concepts in the compression factors and in the partitioning, and the way it reads and the way it reads and segregates the data, or way the HANA database processes the data. So if you typically see, HANA database can accommodate. So if you see, someone was asking OLTP and OLAP applications. So OLTP is something like online transaction processing service, and OLAP is online analytical processing service. So the simple difference here with both the systems is when we say online transaction processing systems, these are the systems where we use a database for updating the information, or these are the servers where they are used by mostly by end users or for the production team or the users to update the business data in it. Those are called OLTP. And when we say OLAP, online analytical processing, these are analytical processings or which are primarily used only for analysis purpose, like our BobJ BW systems. So they don't have any production data in them. They typically depend on the production servers like ERP, CRM, SRM. So they read the data from those systems and they actually give the output in the form of a report. Who needs a report? The company's CIOs or the management team, they need reports. So those kind of systems will store the OLAP systems, which are used only for analytical purpose, store the database in column store, and ERP systems store the database in row store, but not both. Like HANA is one of the very few databases which can accommodate both. In the single database instance, it can facilitate both row and column store mechanism. And it is used, both the row store plus column store mechanism is used only till development and quality situations, environments only. For production, it is not recommended to use both usages together. And the compression factor, as I was saying, like it has, if you're migrating any database from a third-party system to HANA, the compression factor is 70%. If you're migrating an existing ERP whose database is about 1000 GB and which is running on some XYZ database, and if you're migrating it to HANA, it will automatically, the assured compression factor by SAP is 70%. Assured and guaranteed by SAP is 70%, provided your source database or your current database on which XYZ database, wherever the SAP application is running, it should be optimized, it is well maintained and patched regularly to the latest current patch levels. And in that case scenarios, if you are migrating it to HANA, so if it is 1 terabyte, it will, compression factor is 70% assured. So it will come to what? 30% or 300 GB. And initially I have done one migration, like where it was on SP4 when we have migrated the similar kind of database, which was about 900 GB. And honestly, we didn't get the 70% initially, but it was somewhere close to 50 to 60%, some 55%. We had about figure was about somewhere between 4,470 to some 500 GB. So even that was also a good figure, like customer was more than happy. Not 70%, but even 50% is a big deal, like 1 terabyte database compressing it to half. So now we'll see what is a row store and column store mechanism typically. So in a row store mechanism, you use it for a OLTP systems, online transaction processing. I went to a store and I purchased a mobile, and the team has to, the person who is sitting at the counter, he has to create a bill or he has to give an invoice. So what happens, like he will enter, he'll take the details, last name, first name, email, phone number, and it is save. It gets saved in no time, and I get the invoice copy of bill. So this is in a production systems where you are using the row store method is adapted for updating the data into the system. Updating the data as a one single row. Okay, and if you update, and this column store mechanism is used for analytical purposes. And let's see what happens if we use the same column store mechanism. So you might have a question: why only row store for production systems and production databases, and why only column store for analytical purposes? So this is an example which solves which carries that question. So if you are using column store, in a column store, the data is stored in the form of columns: column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4. So if I'm updating last name, first name, email, and if I say save, it takes much time because it has to update how many columns? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns together. And it will take much time compared to a row store database if you're trying to update the data in a column store database. So same is the case. Now we are swapping the situations. What happens if you're trying to use a row store in a analytical processing system? Analytical processing is nothing but your BobJ BW systems, where actually production data, like if you have your finance reports or finance sales forecast reports or for sales data in your ERP system, and you want to have access the entire sales report from one particular region. What are the sales output for this particular area? So I'm trying to pull that area based on the street address or pin code. What is the sales in one particular region in an ERP system where the data is written in a row store method. And I do a search query saying search with so-and-so street code, so-and-so pin code. What it does, it comes and reads the entire row, last name, first name, email, phone number. What I'm searching for, I'm searching only for a pin code or a street address. But what it is doing, as it reads the entire row, it is also reading all the irrelevant fields as well. It's nothing but reading last name, first name, email is nothing but duplication of data or unnecessary performance on the system. So it reads first row, it doesn't match the pin code which I'm searching for. It goes to second row, it goes to third row. And like this, it will create performance issue and it will take more time and you cannot expect the result in a much sooner space. So for these kind of situations, what we do is we use column store. So let's see same example. If the data is sitting in a column store mechanism, I'm doing search for a pin code or a street address. What it is doing, it is just searching in one linear scan, street address stored in one column, and it's pulling the information and giving the information in no time. So this row store column store mechanism is nothing new with HANA database. These are actually primary concept of any database, any RDBMS, relational database management system concepts. So just for us to understand where we use row store and where we use column store, I've given these examples. And again, relating it to the business scenarios, when we use column store. So if you have ERP system, CRM system, if you want to have this kind of sales reports, what we do is basically the background jobs will run from ERP system on a daily basis. All the sales which are done in the system, the sales report, the finance report, it will run as a background job. It will identify only these set of fields and these set of tables, and it will move it to BW system. And the data that is coming into BW system, that will come in here and it will sit as a column store method. And when we are actually pulling the reports, whenever we are actually trying to transact the reports, this comes in no time. And this entire exercise, for the end of the day, you are sending the reports or you are running this report for an analytics purpose from your production system to BW after maybe around closing after the, for example, you have sales stores, about 100 stores across the country. And you want to have all the sales report or a consolidated report. What is the profit or what is the amount of profit? What is the amount of procurement that is done in the raw materials? And where is the store standing? Whether it's standing in terms of assets as a profit or it's standing in a loss, you want to have the report. How do you do that? So from each store, from 100 stores, there should be jobs running and updated into the ERP system at the end of the day. And after that, again, consolidated report. Clubbing all these 100 reports output. What is profit, what is loss? So all 100 reports again consolidated differently into a main consolidated report or a final consolidated report at 11 o'clock. And that consolidated report will be sent to BW system. So that in the morning, whenever the CIO or the leadership team comes into office, they can just transact that report from BW system and see where it is standing. But what is the gap in this? It's almost 10 to 12 hours delayed report. Or it is not a real-time report. It's not coming real-time. Or assuming like, our sales stores are running 24/7 and there's no gap in between. And how do I get a real-time reports? As we have a saying like, yesterday's newspaper, today's newspaper is tomorrow's waste paper. Similar is the case with reports. So to give these real-time reports, the HANA has an options here, like where the replication happens on a scheduled manner and for every 1 hour. And if you are scheduling a report every 6 minutes for every 1 hour, and the last report came into the system at 6 o'clock, and you're transacting the system, BW system, for having the latest report at 6:50. So you're still missing the data of 50 minutes data. So in that case, what this HANA DB mechanism does is, it will directly go to the source system, read the system. It doesn't wait till it is sending the data. It will directly go and transact the system and get the information. And it will get the 50 minutes report in no time because we are having a high-end, robust, next generation hardware. So the mechanism, the row store, column store mechanism is well defined, and the hardware is on a very high-end level. So all these advantages, and the network speed, like it can read and transfer and upload and download data up to 100 GB per second. The normal servers hardly have 1 GB LAN port or a 10 GB LAN port, but HANA servers have 100 GB. Starting from 10 GB to 100 GB per second. So it implies like, it can download 100 GB and it can upload 100 GB data in per second. So that's a robustness it has. In the worst case, it can do up to 50 GB to 30 GB. So having so much robustness, like real-time data processing is assured. Typically, these are the components, the HANA components, HANA database. So platform edition is a one. Yeah, between the HANA nodes, yes. Between the HANA and non-HANA nodes. So basically, we have a set of prerequisites. If you are implementing HANA, the minimum assured LAN switches should be upgraded to minimum of 10 GB switches. The switch that we use in a LAN network, even that has to be enhanced. Because the simple example is, if we are buying a Ferrari car and if you're trying to test it on a mud road, do we get the performance that can we actually check the optimization or the performance of a sports car on a mud road? No. We need to have a suitable infra on the roads and the other areas as well. So same is the case, like having so much high-end hardware, like we need to enhance the network, LAN switches, everything. So those all comes as a prerequisites for installations, and come in hardware sizing as well. We'll go more detail in like how the data is stored, how the data gets copied, and how the data sits in a disk level, and how the data gets data will be addressed when it is going for a restart or reboot, when it's crashing, and all these areas. So these are the licensing part. So typically what we call HANA as a HANA Platform Enterprise Extended, and now S4 HANA Business Suite for HANA. So you might be already knowing what is Business Suite. A combination of ERP, CRM, ERP, and any other two products is basically called as Business Suite, like SAP ERP, SAP CRM, SRM, BobJ, BW, and any NetWeaver product. We call it as a Business Suite application, where like SAP started selling with this, if any customer is purchasing one product, if it is costing some 1 million for one product, if it is costing for 2 million for two products, and if they're taking more than two products, they started giving it for 2.5 million. So that was the approach, and they clubbed it as a Business Suite. It's not a nothing new product, it's a combination of SAP products on a licensing to sell the products to the customer. Same is the case. So HANA as a only database, we call it as HANA Platform Edition. So as I said, we're going to use HANA not only for SAP but also for non-SAP applications. So it is HANA Platform Edition. It comes with HANA database, the actual database, and HANA Studio, the tool that we use to administer and monitor the HANA database, and the HANA client. So typically, as any database comes with the client edition, which acts as an interface between your database and your application that you're running on top of HANA system, and SAP Host Agent for diagnostics, SAP HANA Information Composer for developments, for doing the modeling and other part. So we are saying we're going to import data from ERP systems. It comes as a row, and if you want to make it use it for reporting purpose in HANA, I said we can use it for row and column store. So if you want to use it for column store or reporting purpose, what we need to do, whatever data that is coming from ERP system and that's going to sit in HANA for bots, it is supposed to sit in what way? It is supposed to sit in column way or a column method. So this part of modeling the data is called modeling or development. So we call them as HANA developers or modelers. This has been taken care by people with HANA with ABAP experience and mostly BobJ development experience. So they have more exposure and more way of modeling, identifying the tables in the functional perspective and bringing them into the system and all. So Enterprise Edition, it comes as a combination for already existing customers along with SAP HANA database. They also use BobJ. So HANA, when it was initially launched, it was primarily targeted for the reporting analytics tools only, for the leadership team or the CIO, CEOs team who want to have actually reports or want to use these reports in a much faster pace. The real-time reports, the example what I was giving, it was day-old reports. They actually want a real-time reports. They want to know, if I want to know where's my company standing, or if it's a listed company, I want to see where my stocks are standing, what is in, what is out. So in those cases, so the initial all implementations were primarily on BobJ only, HANA on BobJ, or business objects or bots, business object enterprise edition. So BobJ, business object data services, all these are all products of business objects. It will come with additional front-end tools, Excel, CS, Webby. Few will be using with the URL, few will be using with the Excel sheet. So these are all, Enterprise Edition will have all these combinations in it. So If you're having HANA database along with BobJ, you're purchasing along with BobJ, it's called Enterprise Edition. And if you're a new customer or if you're an existing customer with Business Suite, and if you want to run and your entire SAP app products on HANA, so it is called Extended, and the same has been renamed now recently, past 1 year, as a SAP Business Suite for HANA. So you can have your critical applications like BW, ERP, and HANA, and other non-critical applications running on Sybase database. So they're giving it as a bundled offer, and there is a motive behind branding this like this. So all these days, like if your customers are purchasing SAP products, they have to purchase, if they are using SQL database, they have to pay additionally for Microsoft SQL database. If they want to use Oracle, they have to pay additionally for Oracle database. They're not actually paying to SAP, they're actually paying to the database vendor. So now with this extended or SAP Business Suite for HANA, so SAP is giving Sybase database as free of cost, and they are only charging for HANA database or as a combination. And we are getting two databases. They're charging only for the application. Whatever fees they have for application, they're charging only for that. They're not charging anything additional for Sybase. So Sybase is free and open for any customers. If you have a user ID, you can see if you log into your systems, if you have super user authorizations, if you go into downloads, all these days we're able to see only like if your customer is licensed or if he's running his SAP systems on Oracle. All these days in databases, for downloads you can see only Oracle database. But since past few years, you can also see Sybase by default. So it has released it openly for all the customers without charging any extra amount. So that is also kind of marketing and attracting the customers. So the HANA proof points, why actually they want to go for analytics and why they want to use HANA database, because faster reporting speed. This was primarily targeted for reporting rather than the OLTP. It was primarily targeted at OLAP applications. Now it is being used for all applications, OLTP, OLAP, everything. And it is a proven concept, and it has proven to be very successful. And almost all 30% of our existing SAP customers are already using the advantages of HANA database and HANA hardware. So the same report which is processed without HANA hardware and processing after HANA hardware, like BobJ reports running on a traditional servers and BobJ reports running on HANA server and HANA database, it was found to be running 3,600 times faster. And at 460 billion data records were analyzed in less than a second. And this implies what? Like, I was saying, like, this was targeted by the business leaders and they want to make business critical decisions. So making the right decisions at the right time in a business implies what? It implies profit. So that's what average increase in revenue by 21%. And I was talking about the hardware vendors. Yes, SAP has developed its own hardware, and these are the initial hardware partners who partnered with SAP to manufacture and to support and to provide HANA hardware to the customers. HANA database can be installed only on HANA certified hardware. Now we have almost all server vendors in the market are supplying HANA hardware. Initially, it was a little bit scarce. There was a scarcity, and there were only few vendors who were giving it. Now we have plenty of vendors who provide HANA hardware in multiple price ranges. It can be used for SAP in-memory applications, live cache, BW accelerator, BW reporting, and HANA. So what is the software requirement? Basically, if you're heading for HANA, it can be installed on Linux. Primarily, this was tested. HANA database is developed, nurtured, and tested in SUSE Linux. Apart from SUSE Linux, from SP7, it can also be installed on Red Hat Linux and Oracle Linux. But almost 98% of the customers go with SUSE Linux Enterprise Server only. And SAP HANA IMCE. IMCE is nothing but in-memory computing engine 1.0. X implies for the support package number. It will come with server, client, and studio edition. And if you want to install ERP with HANA as a database, it should be minimum ECC 6.0, EHP 6 and above. If some customer is running on ECC 6.0 and EHP 4, if he wants to use HANA database, what he has to do? He has to initially upgrade the existing SAP ERP and then he has to migrate to HANA. Same is the case with BobJ BI or BOTS BOE. So business objects BI, business intelligence, or business objects data services. These are the components it has. Analysis for Office, Explorer, Crystal Reports, Web Intelligence. These are all front-end tools used for reporting purpose by the end users. So now all these products clubbed together, we call it as Business Object Enterprise Edition. Enterprise Edition will come with all these products in it. So HANA typically comes with a predefined packages or reports when you are actually installing ERP in HANA. There's a maximum data size supported by HANA. Or it can be anything, like, it can go up to 10 terabytes. The highest what I've seen is 3 terabytes. That is not, 3 terabytes is not, actually it's the database running on HANA. That was on a sidecar method. We have SAP systems and we have bots running on HANA as a sidecar method without disturbing the existing setup. So these are the customers who are using HANA. Initial set of customers. Adobe Infosys, it was an in-house project. BASF. And I was part of this Asia Pacific implementation for Colgate, which was in Bangalore, an on-demand and a freelance project. And I was also part of the CLT, which is basically a construction company. These are the first set of customers who implemented this HANA for BobJ without disturbing the ERP systems. Like you have your ERP, CRM, SRM, all the products running in the landscape. So only the relevant data or the reports that you want to run in a faster pace, only that particular data is identified, and that particular data is transformed or replicated from ERP to HANA system, and the reports have been developed. The assurance rate is fine, 70% they give it, but on a technical and a real-time method, what we suggest is we take it only for 50% consideration. So if you're getting compress factor more than 50%, the customer will be more than happy. These all comes into sizing, it's not like we have 1 terabyte of data, how much RAM in it. So typically here in HANA sizing, the RAM will be equal to that of database size. So RAM is almost equal to that of if you're having 1 terabyte database, you're targeting to, okay, we'll talk about one business scenario. We'll do this, in a simple terms. So you wanted to migrate a 1 terabyte system into HANA, and we have a compression factor as 70% or 7 times. So what will be the disk size or the DB size in our HANA system? It is supposed to be 300 GB, right? So let us see, our source, we are not sure, the way the health of the source database is maintained. And we are not sure, how frequently the indexing is done, or how frequently the reorg is done on the source database. Source database could be anything, XYZ database. So all these factors also contribute a lot to the compressions. So whatever, whatever the way it is, Linux, only Linux. So whatever way, the source DB is maintained, the worst case, it will give minimum of 50% compression rate. That's based on my real-time experience. So I'm going with, I'm not taking 300 GB or 70%. I'm taking only 50% compression factor. So I need 500 GB RAM for my new server. I'll take 500 GB RAM to say for migrating the 1 terabyte database into HANA database. I need 500 GB RAM, and the disk size 3 times of your RAM or 3 times of your database. What is the database size is 500 GB. So I need to have a disk size of how much? 1.5 terabytes. Why 3 times? Because for database size and additional logs, and you should have an additional disk size. If you are taking one export import or one database backup, it is supposed to be taken on the same box, or you should have a free space. So that's how there's a formula you need to have 3 times of your actual databases. If your database is 5 GB, 500 GB, so let's take it minimum 3 times. This is 1.5 terabytes as the disk size is needed. And CPU. The CPU count is again directly proportional to the amount of RAM that you're using. If you're using 500 GB RAM, what is supposed to be the CPU count? CPU count should be a minimum of nothing less than 100 CPUs. So I was saying one physical CPU was 32 cores. So I need to have at least 64 cores to 100 cores of CPU. I need to have a minimum of 4 physical CPUs, which is equal to 32 cores. Basically, it supports both row and column, but Why they're not entertaining it in a production situation is keeping in the implications like production issues. Like if you're doing any development task, like why do we need to have a row place column as the hardware being expensive? Like the hardware is a big challenge. Hardware being expensive, you can use it for a development purpose in a development and testing phases. But when it is coming to production, they don't. SAP doesn't recommend or doesn't support if you use row place columns or both both combination usage type or usage as a row place column in a production systems, and it won't get installed. Basically, while installing itself, it will give you an option what kind of system it is, whether it's a test system or a development system or a production system.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a key feature of SAP HANA? Option A, column-based data storage. Option B, in-memory computing. Option C, relational database management system. Option D, proprietary hardware requirements. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, wanna ace your game in managing supplies? Our SAP HANA admin training course is here to boost your skills. You can breeze through it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP HANA admin. Think of it as your go-to toolkit for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to smoothly getting them where they need to be. We have got you covered from the basics to some nifty advanced tricks, crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors, top-notch pros with years of experience. They are here to guide you every step of the way and tackle any questions you throw at them. And guess what? Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. Here's the kicker, it's budget-friendly too. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to level up as a SAP HANA Admin Pro? Hop on board now. For more details, swing by ZaranTech's website.
So now let's see with the introduction for HANA administration. So far you might have already seen HANA administration, it's an in-memory computing engine. And as you both are from basis, you already know SAP HANA is an SAP database product. So SAP being in picture as a global leader for past 3 decades, and they have certain necessity to come up with their own operating system, their own database to give the best out of best solutions to its customers. So that's where SAP, this is not the first of its kind. SAP has earlier given its databases like MaxDB, and now we also have Sybase as a complementary databases for other databases being used along with SAP application. So now SAP is promoting HANA database to be used with its all SAP products and for its high-end applications, and along with high-end applications, it's giving free of cost the Sybase database. So moving forward, SAP is keenly focusing and forcing its customers to use HANA database. It's not forcing, it's basically they're giving the best solutions with the in-house databases of Sybase and HANA. And let us see what is the need and what are the advantages of using HANA databases and why the in-memory concept has come into picture. So basically, HANA stands for a high performance analytic appliance. This is a combination of hardware and software together. So it's basically an appliance. It's a combination of hardware as well as software technology clubbed together to meet the business requirements of SAP customers primarily. And now HANA database can not only be used with SAP products, but it is a universal database platform which can be used with any product, with any non-SAP product as well. So this is an appliance for processing high volumes of transactional data, include tools for data modeling, data and lifecycle management, security, operations, provide support for multiple interfaces based on industry standards. So basically, SAP already has many products in its portfolio, or typically the sub-products based on ERP, on ABAP stack, and for integrating third-party applications, we have SAP Java stack, which we call as NetWeaver. So all these products, so far it can be installed on any operating system, any database combination. That makes SAP the global leader in the ERP market. So any customer wants to use it with Windows SQL, they can use it. They want to use it with Unix Oracle, they can use it. So it has a wide scalability and wide versatility where it can be deployed on any hardware platform and any operating system on any database. So being so versatile and so flexible and so scalable application, SAP has its own set of issues in coming to in addressing the performance issues when it is running on other databases or other operating systems. Though SAP is trying to give best solutions when it has limitations that needs to be addressed from the database front or the OS front or the hardware front, it is helpless, or SAP is forced to wait till they come out with a solution. So that's when already existing matured SAP customers who have been using SAP since past 30 years or more than 30 years, so they started demanding SAP, why can't we have a database which meets our business requirements from SAP side. So that's when SAP started its R&D to come up with its own database and its own hardware. That's how the evolution of HANA has taken place. So looking into HANA, like what is in-memory database? Basically, this is a solution database developed on C++, just like our SAP ABAP R3. And this is also the entire person, 90% of coding is written in C++. And this is primarily focused to reduce the performance issues and give the best results to its customers as well as to the end users who are using application. So before we proceed with hardware technology innovations, so basically this is an in-memory computing engine. So giving some small examples before we go in details about the hardware technology innovations. So the in-memory concept came into picture just with a simple thought process, with a simple example. Like if you have a 200 GB database, and if you want to run a query, which actually is supposed to read the entire database, entire 200 GB, and the server is running with a 10 GB RAM. So if it has to read the entire database, with 10 GB RAM, it has to hold the certain data in cache and it has to read it. And it has to read the database in 20 parts. 10 GB, assuming 10 GB is reading 10 GB at a time, 10 GB RAM is reading 10 GB disk space at a time. It has to read the entire database in 20 small parts. Or we have to schedule it as a background job. That is the current situation which we have now. Because the DB size is very high and the memory resources on the server are very less, and the same is the CPU resources. So there is a wide gap between in balancing the resources at the hardware level. So this was identified, and to address this, a new concept has came into picture, like in-memory database. The data will be still sitting in the disk level, though the transaction, the processing, the way it reads the data, the way the system transacts in the memory cache or in the volatile memory, it has been changed. The structure has been redesigned or changed. So if you have a 200 GB disk space of data, DB size, so as per the SAP sizing, you need to have same amount of RAM. If you're planning to host your DB size at 200 GB, you should have tentatively RAM also equal to that or somewhere close to that, 200 GB RAM. So when you are issuing any command to read the entire database, something like this, you don't have to wait for it. So the 200 GB is equal to read the 200 GB in a single snapshot or in a single shot, and it will be able to give you the result and information which is needed in real time without holding for the database for the background job to run or come out with the output after delayed time or running the job in a small parts. So that's called data processing in real time. Processing high volumes of transactional data in real time. This is not the case with the current servers or current databases. If you are reading something big or if you're trying to fetch something data which is in bigger, higher volumes, it has to be scheduled as a background job or you have to wait for it for a certain time. So let's see what are hardware technology innovations. So when SAP has come up with the process of building in-memory database, primarily it wanted to have an in-memory database with more amount of RAM and more amount of CPUs to address the performance issues. When this draft came into picture, it couldn't find any hardware vendor or any suitable hardware vendor who is in a position to manufacture such kind of massive requirements or a next generation hardware which can meet the business requirements. There was no server available which can hold 1 TB RAM. There are servers which can hold 1 terabyte, 2 terabyte, up to 10 terabyte disk spaces and more number of CPUs, hardly up to 30 to 50 CPUs in the each box, not beyond that. But there was no server which can hold beyond 500 GB RAM or 1 TB RAM. So that's when another research started by HANA, because they have to develop their own hardware as well. So the software development was in process, HANA database software, and along with the hardware. See, why I'm giving all this background is, these are the things everybody says like HANA is in-memory computing engine. So the hardware technology innovations, this new hardware was developed which can accommodate more number of CPUs, hundreds CPU numbers in hundreds, 100, 200, 300, up to 500 CPU cores. So basically, what is multi-core architecture CPUs? So if you look at the CPU count in your laptop, so if you click on it, you can see one physical, like there's only one physical processor in your laptop, but when you go to the disk manager and you see it, you can see 4 or 5 CPUs. So those are nothing but virtual CPUs, and that count of CPUs is called as cores, and we count the CPUs number in terms of cores. So here there are 8 CPUs, 8 physical CPUs, and each CPU is equals to 8 cores. That is 8 8, total 64 CPUs per blade. This was the initial class of HANA server. So now current servers, which we recently procured from HP for S4 implementation, it has one physical CPU equals to 32 cores and 64 cores. One physical CPU is equals to 32 cores, one which we use for development and quality. And the high-end hardware, but the HANA hardware which we use for production, was one physical CPU was equals to 64 cores. In the recent years, the hardware is also very much upgraded in the HANA front. So massive parallel scaling with many blades. So basically the servers, in a typical setup we have is rack servers, where you'll have rack mounted servers. Each server in the rack is called as a blade. You'll have complete rack of servers, and each server will be designated as blade, which you can pull out, and that server will be holding a big motherboard with the RAM, CPU, and everything in it. But when it is coming to HANA, so one blade completely occupies CPUs, one blade completely occupies RAM, and it is connected to a storage area network. And along with not only the RAM and the CPU count is increased, but it has also increased the transfer rate, the data transfer rate on the LAN ports of the HANA server. So the current servers can maximum upload and download limit of the LAN ports of the current legacy servers is, the current existing servers, non-HANA servers, is 1 GB per second or maximum of 10 GB per second. But the HANA hardware, the HANA servers, LAN ports come with a capacity which can upload and download up to 100 GB per second. And it depends on the switch and the LAN connectivity, the data transfer. If you're transferring it with a 100 Gbps switch, and within HANA server to HANA server or some other server, the same switch which can accommodate 100 Gbps speed, from one system to other system, you can upload and download 100 GB per second. Upload and download limit, it is 100 GB per second. Data throughput. Dramatic decline in price and performance. So most of the performance issues basically identified by the SAP with the existing customers is with the memory issues, with the database, and also with the network issues, where the data transfer rate is not synchronized between the servers and the LAN. So if you have to implement a HANA, or when the customers who are migrating HANA, it is mandatory requirement is like it should have minimum 10 Gbps of data throughput. If you are deploying it over internet, it should have minimum 1 Gbps speed, MPLS line. And locally, you should have minimum 10 Gbps throughput switch, and which can facilitate the data transfer. The switch is a device which is used to connect the server and client systems in a network, just connecting the LAN cables. The switch also has a capacity. Like in our laptops, you can see if you connect a LAN port, it says 100 Mbps. It's not like we are getting 100 Mbps speed, so that is a maximum limit. So if you are connecting a 1 Gbps line to your laptop with a LAN port of 100 Mbps, it cannot take that speed. It can only support up to maximum of download and upload speed limit of 100 MB per second only. So that is the LAN capability, LAN port capability, which we are discussing about here. This is about the hardware technology innovations, just to know, in what all areas HANA is this high-end hardware and next-generation hardware in terms of hardware level. And now we'll see the software level. So basically, the software, as we know, it's a database which is built on in-memory computing engine, and a new hardware was designed and developed for it to meet the requirements. On top of it, HANA hardware was developed based on the RDBMS concept, relational database management system concepts. So here, this is one of the very few databases which supports both row plus column store. So basically, in any database concept, the database either supports only row store or a column store, not both the combination together. The way it stores the data in the database level, at the table level, either it stores in a row store or either it stores in a column store, but not in both. But HANA database supports the storage of supports both row store and column store, and this is restricted only to the development and quality environments. This feature is not available for production setup or production systems. The compression factor of the HANA database is very high. So if you're migrating some third-party database or from existing SAP systems running on some XYZ databases to HANA database, if the source XYZ database is well maintained, the compression factor assured by SAP is 70%. For example, if you're migrating the source data of 100 GB onto HANA, once it is imported into HANA, it will become to what size? It will become to 70% compression. It will become 30 GB. So in that case, if it is 1 GB, here in the HANA, it will become 300 GB. Because this is because the lot of duplicate tables and the universal tables which are incorporated in SAP applications to make it function with any operating system, any database. So it has a lot of unwanted tables which are getting preloaded with the SAP application. So all those unwanted tables are removed, and certain majority of tables are merged with lesser tables in HANA database. This is much lesser when it is coming to S4 HANA. Now, the entire ERP gets installed only with some 40 GB. If you are installing SAP ERP with Simple Finance on HANA, it's getting loaded less than 40 GB on SP level, HANA SP level. So that's a really good move. So the partitioning of the data storage is done in such a way like the data gets and will load in a proper manner, and there is no duplication of data or there is no scattering of data where you have to go and do the reorganization. If you look at the past database like Oracle and other databases, you have to do some manual activities or maintenance activities on the database on a regular level, either for every 6 months or every 1 year, for indexing, for reorganizing, where the data is not arranged in a proper way. So a lot of space is lost. To reclaim the space at the disk level, we do that reorganizing, indexing, this kind of database maintenance activities. So that is not the case with the HANA. Because as we were saying, SAP has come up with its own database just to ensure, what all issues its customers are facing with the existing databases, using SAP with existing databases. There shouldn't be any such kind of issues. So majority of the issues are already addressed with HANA database. So the partitioning is well maintained. So there is no issue of losing or the data getting scattered over the database level or reorganizing it on a regular basis. And no aggregate tables. There's no duplication of tables, no universal tables, no index tables, no cluster tables. So insert only delta mechanism is followed to make the database more faster and more robust and more reliable. So typically we see as you might have seen already in your experience, we have in Oracle we need to force the system. You don't see the performance keeps on declining. If there is no the same 1 GB table, if we look at an SAP, it will be pulled and it will be showing us a 10 GB or 15 GB or 20 GB. Once we run reorg, the same table comes down to 1 GB, 2 GB. No, see, basically, based on the RDBMS concept, it can be run on both. You can use row plus column both together. That is only confined for a development and quality systems. The feature is allowed to use only in a development and quality system, not for the production system. So you can use it, but SAP doesn't support if you run into any issues. For the development purpose, I'll tell you why the row store and column store are used in together. You need to have separate boxes. See, basically, HANA being a expensive hardware initially. So when we use SLT concept and other things, so people used it for replicating the data from the OLTP systems and OLAP systems, where the data comes and sits certain data in a row store and certain data in a column store mechanism. So for the testing purposes, it was supported for the development and quality landscapes. But when it is coming to production, they have completely restricted it. So SAP, it's a restriction from SAP itself. So if you want to use the column store mechanism for analytical systems, yes, you have to have separate thing. And for row store mechanism, yes, you have to have separate thing. So let's see about row store and column store mechanism. So typically we use row store mechanism for the OLTP systems, that is online transaction processing systems, and the column store for the OLAP, online analytical processing systems. So OLTP systems, basically these are the production systems which we basically use by the end users or the production teams to upload the data or to save the production data into the system. And the column store systems are the systems which are purely used, or we can typically say these are non-production systems, which are basically dependent on production systems to give the analytical reports or analysis data for the management team, the director level team or CIO, CEO team, who wants to make business decisions depending on the data, depending on the business data fetched from the production systems. So let's see examples. So if you're going to your store and if you're purchasing some item, some mobile, and they have to give you an invoice. So how the data stores. So that is our production. So the user, the seller will be updating the data, the executive will be updating the data in the row store system, where the data is sitting in a row store mechanism. He'll take your first name, last name, your email ID, your contact details, address details, and he'll say, just save. So the data gets saved in one single update of one single row. The entire first row gets updated. And within seconds, you'll have your invoice in your hand and your job is done. And so that's the reason we use OLTP systems for the production environments or the where you're having more transactions hitting the system. So if we have the same approach with the column store mechanism, assuming OLTP systems are running on column store mechanism. So if you're saying last name, first name, email, phone number, and street address, and if your agent is trying to save the data to create a purchase order, so it will take much time. If it is taking few seconds there, it may take 1 or 2 or 3 minutes in the database system where the data is stored in column store, because that's to save last name in the column 1, and then come to first name in the column 2, email in the column 3, then update phone number in the column 4, then update street. Like this, it is updating in each individual columns, because this database, the column store database, is not designed for updates. So this mechanism is not only this is not something new with HANA. This is a universal RDBMS concepts, a relational database management system concepts. So this approach is followed universally for the transaction-based systems. Any application, SAP or non-SAP, people use row store mechanism, and for analytical systems, where the data is not posted or updated, where the data is only read, they go for column store mechanism. So in SAP, if you are running SWPM tool for installation, if you're selecting ERP, the backend database automatically gets installed in row store mechanism. And if you're selecting BW, the data gets installed in a column store mechanism. And if the same is the case when you're running bots, when you're running the installer for bots. So this is a flexibility of using row store and column store mechanism. And let's see what happens if a column store mechanism is used for a we are swapping the situations here. So you're selected invoice, so invoice it gets updated with a single row update. That's good. And the column store you cannot use for updations. So let's see where the column store is used. So one example for this is you want to have sales reports. You want to see what is you are a director or CEO of a company and or a sales head, you want to get some information, business sales forecast. Based on that, you want to make a decision. So in procuring the items for one particular location. So you want to see what is the last year sales for that particular region. And you ask your operations team to get you the report of the particular sales for the past 1 week or 1 month or last year seasonal sales data for that particular time slot or for that particular 1 month for that particular region. So you do a search based on the pin code or the area code or your plant code or your sales point code. So you're doing a search, and what happens in the roster if you do a search and if you try to pull the information? It reads last name, first name, email, phone number, street address, then come to plant code, not found. And then it comes to second row, it comes to third rate found. Okay. So what it is doing is, if you are doing a search query only for the street address or the pin code, but along with that, it is also reading how many? It is reading all the fields, all the other tabs which are there in the entire row. This row is very small here. So basically, when you're updating transactions, the row has even more and many fields in it. So what happens is it is reading all unnecessary elements, and which is actually what? Creating performance issue, which will definitely create a performance issue, and it will take more and more time to fetch the report which you need. Or at times, it halts the system, and if there are no enough resources, it will, even if you have enough resources, when you're doing such kind of queries, it will halt the system and hang the database and the SAP system. That will in turn leads to performance problems. So this is a problem in reading or in doing a, if you want to do analytics for analysis purpose, if you're trying to read a data with a roster database mechanism. And if you apply the same situation with the column store mechanism, you're doing a search with the street address or the pin code, it will search the entire data in a one single linear scan. It will go to column 1, not found, okay, come back, column 2, not found, come back, column 3, not found. So it is coming to street address. Basically, it goes to straight away. It goes to the pin code, area code, street address, and do the entire linear scan for all the in one single column with all the particular that code, identify the details, and fetch the information in no time, within a fraction of seconds. So that's the reason column store is the best storage mechanism for the analytical systems, and OLTP for OLTP mechanism, row store is the best storage mechanism for the transaction-based systems. So we have two systems. So for testing and developing purpose, when we're doing a testing and development, this combination can be used together with the HANA database for the development and quality systems. This is only for the limitations on a hardware being very expensive and other things. So it is facilitated to use both together. But for production purpose, SAP recommends to have separate database, separate hardware for both. This is about the licensing part, the naming convention of SAP HANA. So as I was saying, HANA can be used now with not only with SAP but also non-SAP applications. So HANA being used with non-SAP applications is called platform editions, or only HANA database edition is called as platform edition. It comes with the HANA Studio, that is in-memory computing engine HANA database, HANA Studio. HANA Studio is a tool, the front-end tool that we use for taking backups, doing administration at the HANA database level. And the client, basically the DB client, which is used as integrator between your database and your any application running on top of HANA database. And agent, SAP host agent, used for connecting our solution managers. This is optional components which come with HANA, and HANA information composer, which is used, which comes with Studio again, which is a graphical user interface information composer used by HANA developers for modeling the reports from row to column and column to row storage when you are importing the data from existing systems.
Hey there, wanna ace your game in managing supplies? Our SAP HANA Admin Training course is here to boost your skills. You can breeze through it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP HANA Admin. Think of it as your go-to toolkit for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to smoothly getting them where they need to be. We have got you covered from the basics to some nifty advanced tricks, crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors, top-notch pros with years of experience. They are here to guide you every step of the way and tackle any questions you throw at them. And guess what? Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. Here's the kicker, it's budget-friendly too. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to level up as a SAP HANA Admin Pro? Hop on board now. For more details, swing by ZaranTech's website.
And the Enterprise Edition. Enterprise Edition is the licensed software which comes along with the HANA database platform, along with platform edition, we get additional licenses. We use it on top of the HANA with a combination of object or business objects enterprise edition, which comes with BODS, data services. So you already have your ERP, BW, CRM systems running in your landscape, and you want to use HANA, make use of HANA to make only the selected reports, few reports from ERP, few reports from CRM, and few reports from already existing reports system of BW into HANA. So in that kind of situation, you put an additional analytic system like bots, business objects, data services, and all these handpicked reports from all these servers will be replicated with a SLT mechanism, not the entire data. So only the reports data. For example, in ERP, I'm a director of the company. I say I want only finance reports, some sales reports from ERP, and customer statistical reports from CRM, and the supplier reports from vendor reports from SRM. I need only these 5 reports, and only I need these 5 reports in real-time data in real-time mechanism without any delay and a faster pace. So in that kind of situations, the customers will go for additional of HANA enterprise license, where the HANA they will only pay for HANA database license and business objects clubbed together. And if a customer is completely migrating from existing landscape to entire HANA landscape, so then they go for extended for new customers or existing customers when they want to migrate entirely to HANA. So this extended same thing is called as SAP Business Suite for HANA, S4 HANA. We are calling it as S4 HANA now. Since past 1 year, it has been changed to S4 HANA. So entire SAP Business Suite applications, ERP, CRM, SRM, BW, what all we have in Business Suite, all those things can be run on S4 HANA. So now they're giving HANA, if you pay for one product for HANA licenses, and you can use for your entire Business Suite licenses. This is just a promotional offer, and it's kind of, only the branding and the naming convention of S4 HANA. So nothing is changed. Everywhere the database is same, the administration is same, the way you install and operate the system is same. So in S4 HANA, what happens is in extended and S4 HANA Business Suite, along with HANA database, we also get Sybase database. So in your landscape, ERP and BW are the only critical systems. So only for those systems you want to run on HANA. You want to put more expenditure, you want to invest more on hardware for HANA. But you don't want to have HANA running on your portal system, which is not very critical. You don't want to run your PI system, which is not critical. And you don't want to run your CRM or SRM systems, which are not critical systems for your business. You want to run them on a normal database. So rather than again purchasing normal database, Oracle as SQL, if you purchase for that, there is an additional amount charged for it. And SAP will charge you, and SAP again has to pay for it, SQL or Oracle. So apart from that, SAP is giving free of cost Sybase database. So if you want to use Sybase, and if you still customer insists, no, I want to go with some other database, they can go for it. They have to pay additionally for it, and they have to go for it. This is not something new. This has been happening since quite long time. Like whatever database customer pays, they have to pay for it because that is not owned by SAP. SAP also supposed to pay for that vendor. But now, to promote HANA and its own in-house databases, SAP is giving as a complete bundled package because Sybase database, HANA database, these are all products of SAP. So they're clubbing it and they're giving it. So now, this reason more and more customers, now whatever customers are going for, renewal of their licenses or for hardware migrations or upgrades. So SAP is pushing them and asking them to use HANA. If you look at this customer account and it will see the issues being faced with customer with its database. Typically, the databases are servers running at 3 terabytes, 4 terabytes, 10 terabytes. So they're promoting, okay, once you have 10 terabytes, you move to HANA, it will come down to 3 terabytes. Or you have 3 terabytes of data, you move to HANA, it will come around to 800 to 900 GB disk space. So all these customers are also targeted, and we have done migrations in such cases. And the assured 70% rate was not there initially when it was on SP4 and SP5. The compression came around 55 to 60%, but now we are getting more than 70% compression rate. After SP8 and 9, after SP7, SP8, we are getting compression rate about 70% and more. And this depends on the way the health of the source database, is maintained, the way the maintenance of the source database from whichever you are exporting also will be depending on it. So when SAP is migrated to HANA, the reporting speed has been identified because RAM is more, CPU is more, the data throughput in the network is more. So the reporting speed is more. The way the duplication of the data, the way the data sits, the partitioning, everything in many areas. All these areas are well maintained and well addressed. So the reporting speed is identified as 3,600 times faster reporting speed compared to the normal reports running on BW on normal systems or reports running on BOBJ on normal systems or normal hardware when compared to HANA appliances. And 460 billion data records were analyzed in less than a second. These were the 2 points taken by third-party survey initially. 20% average, 21% average increase in revenue. So primarily when HANA was launched, this was primarily focused at analytics only. Now it has been used for OLTP systems, for ERP systems, BW systems, and BOBJ systems. So initially it was targeted for analytics, and only the directorial teams are the target for it. Only people who want to have reports in a faster pace in a real-time data processing. And so that's how the HANA came into picture, and people, so the directorial teams, only few people using it only for reporting purpose, for taking business critical decisions, for running only hand-picked reports onto HANA, for along with BOBJ. That's how it was initially used. Later on, it was called as when it was used with ERP powered by HANA, BW powered by HANA. Now we're calling it as S4 HANA. So now you can run your ERP, BW, CRM, SRM, all the SAP applications on HANA. So when this hardware was developed, so later on, SAP doesn't want to enter into hardware market. It has developed for its need and necessity. Later on, it has given the selling rights to vendors, so that whatever research and development of hardware is needed will be carried out by SAP HANA. And if there are any changes, the changes will be done by SAP HANA hardware team, and that will be released. And these vendors will manufacture the hardware according to the norms and conditions and the requirements of SAP HANA. And they sell it to the customers, and they give a share of it to HANA, because the patents and the research is of SAP HANA. So these are initially there were only few server vendors who were allowed and who were patented to sell the HANA hardware. So the HANA can be run only on certified SAP HANA hardware only. It cannot be run on normal legacy systems. So these are initial set of vendors, IBM, HP, Cisco. Now almost all the server vendors are selling this hardware across the globe. You don't have any limitation on it now. So the software requirement to install SAP HANA, you need to have SUSE Linux, Enterprise Server 11, minimum 11, SP1, and SAP HANA 1.0. IMC is nothing but in-memory computing engine. Typically, HANA is called as in-memory computing engine. It comes with in-memory computing in server, client, and studio. Studio is a tool which you use for accessing the servers, host agent, and is for replication. For already existing customers, if you want to run only few selected reports, those reports will be sent to system with the SAP landscape transformation server in between to HANA. You see all this once you are done with the installation. If you are planning to install a ERP is supposed to be minimum on ERP 6.0, ESP 6 and above. For example, you have a customer in your landscape which is on ESP 4 and they want to migrate to HANA. They have to first upgrade it, and then only they can migrate to HANA. This is Business Objects 4.0 and above is only supported. And Business Object Data Services or BOE Enterprise Edition comes with BI and Data Services. So this is BOE is 4.0 and above. Now we have 4.1 and 4.2 ramp up. This is about the products and compatibility. But honestly, there are very few customers, like 98% implementations run on SUSE Linux only, because the product was developed, tested, and found no issues with SUSE Linux. Actually, Red Hat Linux came into picture with a few set of customers who have their entire landscape running on Red Hat, and where they were not interested to go into the change, and they were asking, when it is SUSE Linux, why can't I have it run on the same Red Hat Linux? So yes, it can be run on Red Hat Linux. Very rare cases.
Okay, Sudhakar, this is
supported from SP7 and above only, not earlier versions. We'll be running that export on a new hardware, new HANA hardware. So obviously the HANA hardware comes with Linux operating system and with the HANA database. Yes, there is no choice of operating system. Like all these days, SAP has open choice. Like customer can pick any operating system, any database. So now it's giving all robust functionalities and high-end next generation hardware and database. So if there is a limitation on the hardware front, you have to use only SAP HANA certified hardware. The second thing is it can be run only on SUSE Linux. Along with SUSE Linux, you have Red Hat Linux, and you have a flavor of Oracle Linux, that is Sun Solaris. There is one flavor of Oracle 6 as Oracle Linux 6. Even HANA can be run on that one as well, on Oracle hardware. Very few are other efforts. So you might have some arguments on this, but there is a note for this as well. It's called as Oracle 6, not SunSpark. After Oracle has taken over SunSpark machines, so they called it as Oracle Sun or Oracle 6. And in terms of NetWeaver, then NetWeaver 7.2, EHP1 and above. 7.2, EHP1 and above for NetWeaver applications. So this comes like, with Simple Finance and other ERP modules or BW. It comes with the standardized templates in it for reporting purpose. When you're running your application on top of HANA, it comes predefined templates for the functional teams. So financials, they can run the reports for flexible customer open item reporting, vendor open items reporting. So they will have an entire list of all open items in it. UAR reports, day sales outstanding, new general line items, sales order analysis, sales forecast for each and every specific department. Apart from this, they can do their own customizing as well. So these are the initial set of customers. Now the list is very big. Out of 3 lakh customers of SAP across the globe, it occupies about 75% of the global ERP market share. And in that, we have about 30,000 plus customers who are already using HANA, who are already existing customers of SAP. And we have about 2 to 3,000 customers who are already using HANA non-SAP customers with the big data and Hadoop. Big data and Hadoop are using HANA hardware and HANA platform. So that is also an analytics product, big data analytics product. They are using HANA hardware and HANA database as a backend. I was part of this Colgate project when it was installed for SP4 initially some 4 years back, and I was part of Hilti as well, Colgate in Bangalore as an on-demand freelance. That was part of the Hilti project as well, and they were deploying it for BW. It's a construction domain company, which is spread across 20 countries. Not in production systems. See, if you're running ERP, it will be definitely OLTP only, row store only. And if they're using it for bots like BobJ or BW, they'll be using it. Not like the storage is not the option given to customer. Basically, the tool will decide. That's how it gets installed automatically. You don't have to do anything manually. You don't have to say when you're installing application, you store it in row or column. It will be done automatically. We will have this course content of HA200, like what we have in the site. All the topics will be run, and the entire administration will be starting with the sizing concepts, the HANA sizing, and then we'll start with the prerequisites for HANA installation. We'll be doing the practical installation of HANA, and the documentation will be given, and from the Google sites. So we'll be interacting and ask you guys to do the installations practically, and if you have any issues, if you run into any issues, we're supporting it through the Google site. It's like an online forum we'll be having for the trainer and the students. So we have this all the topics, almost all the topics, and there are many additional topics covered. Like we'll be given the OS level command, SUSE Linux command, how to stop databases, and how to create the file system, so that you need not depend on the Linux admin. So when you're practicing it, you don't have to depend on the Linux admin. So once you go into project, you may have Linux admin, but what if it's you when you're practicing? So the Linux administration commands, how to create directories, how to start the tool, how to set the display variables, and how to start the installer, and what are the tools used for export imports on the basis perspective. So if you're like majority of the people will be coming from the basis background, but still they'll be having some limitations like on the knowledge when it is coming to installations and the tools and the migration that we use. So those are certain areas which are very much needed. So those areas also covered, like what tools you use for export import, what tools you use for installations, what are the process that you have to follow, all this. And apart from this, people will have doubts. So I being with a vast experience and almost worked in you can ask me any basis doubt, related basis module, I can answer that. So it's not like this is not in the course. No, I'll answer it. So because that's the main agenda, like people here with the basis experience are again coming here to help their career, to help themselves to go in their career, and they have their own set of doubts. So answering, just teaching only what is there in the topics is not a good thing to my knowledge. See, this is used when the customers has the ambiguity, like whether to go with HANA or not to go with HANA kind of situation. And people who are already using SLT since past 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, so now they are migrating their entire landscape to HANA because they've seen it. They're using it. And they're using it only for a specific few reports, business critical reports, but they wanted it in a faster way, without disturbing the existing ERP systems, without migrating the entire landscape. So now they've seen the speed of it. Now they know the taste of HANA. So now they know the flavor of HANA, what to use, what not to use. So they're migrating their entire HANA to the entire landscape to HANA. Now they call it as S4 HANA. So SLT, it's not like it is not being used. The new customers are not going for high SLT.
Hey there, wanna ace your game in managing supplies? Our SAP HANA Admin Training course is here to boost your skills. You can breeze through it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP HANA Admin. Think of it as your go-to toolkit for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to smoothly getting them where they need to be. We have got you covered from the basics to some nifty advanced tricks, crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors, top-notch pros with years of experience. They are here to guide you every step of the way and tackle any questions you throw at them. And guess what? Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. Here's the kicker, it's budget-friendly too. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to level up as a SAP HANA Admin Pro? Hop on board now. For more details, swing by ZaranTech's website.
From that, basically trying to understand the naming convention. If you see the appliance, SAP HANA appliance, it's a combination of hardware and software together, and database, SAP HANA database. This is how basically HANA is called in different ways. It's all all these naming conventions, all these names implies to the same SAP HANA with the SAP HANA database with the hardware. But basically, few will call it as appliance, few will call it as a HANA database, few say it's like the HANA and cloud. So as we are getting into HANA, we might have a confusion. What is HANA? What is HANA cloud? So not to avoid the confusion, all these are one and same. If we call SAP HANA appliance, it's nothing but it's purely used in hardware terminology, a combination of hardware and software together. And if we are typically calling it as SAP as a SAP HANA database, so we are primarily referring to it as a database. So people who are not aware of HANA database, so they think not aware of HANA. When we say HANA database, mostly people used to think SAP HANA as a different SAP product, and when we say HANA database, we have HANA database also. These were kind of confusions which people basically had initially. So just to avoid that, it is also called as HANA database. And when we are putting this hardware appliance and software on cloud, and this came into picture when there was no availability of skilled resources HANA DB consultant like us who can implement and who can deploy HANA databases. So that's when SAP had partnered with this Amazon Cloud and the cloud systems, cloud vendors who got the resources trained directly from SAP and who used to support and who used to sell hardware, pre-installed hardware. That hardware comes pre-installed with HANA database. So that those systems were called as HANA Cloud or HANA. You deploy your HANA, you get your hardware server, and which will be maintained and which will be put at the cloud center or the data center, and you will be only logging in and using your server. The maintenance, backups, everything will be taken care by them. If you want to add the disk, you just need to put a mail to the cloud or data center team, and they will add it. and they charge for it on a monthly basis or a yearly basis for maintaining servers at their place. Application. So if you're putting your ERP application or BW on top of HANA, CRM, many application, we have many applications, up to 50 applications in SAP. Out of those, only few primary applications can be installed. Primary in the sense all like ERP, CRM, SRM, PLM, Solution Manager. So all this can be installed on top of HANA database. So those applications were called as ERP powered by HANA, BW powered by HANA initially. Now we are calling it as S4 HANA. Any business suite system running on HANA is called as S4 HANA. And as you know, SAP HANA Studio is HANA Studio is a GUI tool that we basically use for logging into the system. Just like our SAP GUI, we use HANA Studio to log into the systems. So SAP HANA is a flexible data source agnostic appliance that enables customers to analyze large volumes of ERP data in real time, avoiding the need to materialize transformations. SAP HANA appliance software is a hardware and software combination that integrates a number of SAP components, including the SAP HANA database, SAP Landscape Transformation Server, SAP HANA Direct Extractor, and Sybase Replication Technology. So these are all nothing but these are all additional tools, the replication tools that we are discussing. Like if your customer is existing SAP ERP customer where they don't want to migrate their existing landscape, so this is called HANA Live or HANA Sidecar situation. So when your HANA Live is something like you're already a SAP Live customer, you don't want to disturb your existing setup, but you want to use replication technology for only running the on-demand reports or the reports that are critical in your existing systems. So in those cases, we use SAP LTDXE. So it's saying you're on the same HANA platform, this replication, everything is part of it. SAP HANA database is a hybrid in-memory database that combines row-based and column-based and object-based database technology. It is optimized to exploit the parallel processing capabilities of multi-core CPU architectures. With this architecture, SAP applications can benefit from current hardware technologies. So basically, the hardware technology innovations have improved a lot in the recent past 10-20 years. But the databases were not redesigned to make best use of the hardware improvements. Like earlier, if you look at in the past, like when we were using our desktops or laptops initially. So initially we used to have some desktops like Pentium 3, 2, and 4 systems. If we hardly have 512, 256 GB, 256 MB RAM, and the highest was 1 GB RAM. So you used to say like, okay, your laptop your system got 1 GB RAM some 20 years back. Oh, that was a great thing. And hard disk with 10 GB was a great thing, and 30 GB was a great thing. But now we are carrying 64 GB, 32 GB pen drives, just in the form of a SIM cards. So that's the innovations, nanotechnology or whatever it is. But what it implies is the hardware improvements for the servers or computer technology has improved a lot. But when we look at the database concepts, they're still running on the same old RDBMS concepts without any proper improvements, which actually can make use of this hardware innovations. So that's what the primary target, that was one of the primary targets of HANA as well, to make use of the parallel processing capabilities, multi-core architecture in HANA appliance, and accommodate it with more RAM, and we can to build a new database technology which can address the next generation requirements, massive amounts of processing of data. So HANA architecture of hardware. So these boards, basically, these are the things which we discussed in introduction. But these topics are again we're going a little bit in detail for DB innovations, HANA DB additions and all. So hardware innovations. So 320 cores and more, 4 terabytes RAM and more. This was the initial set of HANA hardware which was released. Now we have 1000 cores plus, up to 10 terabytes RAM. So multi-core CPU boards, 10 cores per CPU. Now we have how many? The recent one what I told you was like one physical CPU was equals to 32 cores. And on the production boxes, one physical CPU was equals to 62 cores. So multi-CPU boards, 8 cups per board. 8 cups per board is nothing but, 8 physical CPUs can sit on one motherboard. 8 cups per board. Multi-server board architecture, massive memory setups. We'll have different set of blades in one rack server, 2 or 3, 4 blades completely will have only CPUs. Other blades will have completely RAM, and all these boards clubbed together will act as one central system or one HANA hardware. Massive memory setups up to 2 terabyte to 4 terabyte to 10 terabytes per server. And again, which is not limited, but it is very much scalable. You can keep on increasing it without any hardware limitations. What are the limitations? You'll have some system or some mobile phone or some laptop, they'll say inbuilt is 16 GB, 8 GB, and supports up to expandable up to 32 GB. What does it mean? It is scalable. It can be expanded up to 32 GB RAM, and beyond which it cannot be expanded. That is called limitations. That's called hardware limitations. It cannot be expanded, or we typically call it in the sizing concept, we call it as scalability. So when we say the hardware is very much scalable, it indicates it is very much, it can be very much increased and it can be very much optimized, and more hardware can be added to it. When we say it is no more scalable, you already consume the scalability or the maximum expansion limit of RAM and CPU resources in it, and it cannot accommodate more because it is the design limitations. When it is coming to HANA, that is not the case. It does have limitations, but these limitations are very advanced. If you have current servers which are scalable up to 10 terabytes of RAM. So no matter whatever the increase the customer have in another 3 years or up to 5 years, he may not be reaching 10 terabytes. And even if it is reaching, the migrations is very well designed, and the hardware can be very easily upgraded without having to go for a hardware migrations. So improvements in technology. So technology drivers. So basically, it's a typical comparison of the CPUs in 1990s, 2010, and the ratio of the improvement. Look, in 1990s, the CPU used to have 500 megahertz or 0.05 MB per second. But when it's coming to 2010 and now, it's 7.5 MPS per second. So if you look at the ratio, the improvement is by how many times? 140 times. And memory transfer rate was 0.200 MB, 0.02 MB per second. Now we have 5 MB per second. It's 250 times improvement. Addressable number 2 to the power of 16. That's 32 bit, 32 GB, and 2 to the power of 64. So the improvement is 2 to the power of 48. These are all calculations which were actually taken into consideration. So yesterday we have seen only hardware is improved. So this is what is happening and all. So all these calculations, all this analysis, statistical data was taken into consideration when they actually wanted to improve the hardware as well. So that the best out of the best has to come into picture to make use of HANA database. So network speed. Network speed 100 MB per second, and it was 10 GB per second with the current existing server. The actual high-end servers, if you go for any non-HANA server or non-HANA hardware, it will be the highest limit will be the LAN port of the network port highest speed will be 10 GB per second. But when we are looking at the HANA appliance, HANA servers, it is 100 GB switches. They are capable of holding 100 GB per second switches. And if you say 100 GB, it is how many times? 1000 times improvement. Disk data transfer 5 MB per second. To the net 130 MB per second. Now we have up to 1 GB per second disk transfer rates. So there are a lot of innovations. There are a lot of improvements in the hardware technology. But basically, we being a software consultant and software engineer, we hardly bother about the sizing aspects. Though we are into basis, though we do installations. The sizing is something which is done by solution architects and who actually has to go through the improvements of all the hardware vendors, understand the hardware technologies and see, look at the improvements. What is the difference between one hardware release and the other hardware release vendors and all. But that is not the case when it is coming to HANA, because almost all the hardwares are certified by HANA, and they're actually manufactured by SAP and released through these vendors. So the actual creator, the manufacturer is SAP HANA. Maybe hardware vendors, when I was saying, like, the SAP is manufacturing it, and SAP basically improves the hardware, improves the hardware, they do the R&D, and they release, this is class A hardware, this is class B hardware, class C hardware. So accordingly, these vendors will manufacture it and they sell it to the customers. So the actual improvements, now SAP doesn't have to dependent on hardware vendors. Basically here it is two ways, when you purchase, it purely depends on the customer, the way he's purchasing the hardware. As I was saying, there was a skill set, where there was a scarcity on the skill set of HANA admin resources. To find the admin resources or HANA admin consultants with basis experience who can run the HANA implementations. So it was really difficult to get the consultants. And though customers want to go for HANA installation, so because of that, they don't have resources who can administer the HANA systems in their premises. So they were pulled back. No, I don't have resources. I have to find a HANA consultant. We don't have. So as a solution to that problem, initially it was given as HANA on-premise editions. These are called as on-premise hardware, which basically comes pre-installed by the hardware vendors. You take HP hardware or IBM, anything. So the recent project which I was telling about S4 HANA. So I'll tell that experience later. So basically it comes pre-installed. The hardware comes pre-installed only with the database, only the platform edition. So it does not come with any SAP product or application in it. So if you want to install it, we can just directly say we can install the application on top of it, just running the SWPM, and when the database is installed, give the database hostname and everything. So basically, if you have any problem or any upgrade or patches that needs to be done, so basically you have to call back to the vendor at the database level, HANA database level. So those guys will be upgrading the HANA database. Those guys will be dealing with the HANA related maintenance part, HANA database related maintenance part. This is one situation. And see, this is one example. Only in the cases when we don't have resources. So basically, what happened to our S4 HANA implementation is, before I landed there, they also bought it. This is a recent example. So they bought this on-premise edition. So they got their systems pre-installed with the ST8. We had this implementation in December. And we started it on the first week of January, this 2016 January. So this was an 8, and I could see there was 10 and 11. And we are how many release levels, patch levels, support levels? We are almost all laid back with 3 support levels. We are on 11 and they are giving it on 8. And when I ask customer, this doesn't work out for me, and this is on SUSE Linux 11 and SP1 only. And if I have to go with minimum 9 or 10 or 11, there are issues with the 2. So I have to go with either SP3 or SP4, SUSE Linux SP4, or latest operating system was SUSE Linux 12, that we could see from the product availability metrics. So that's when customers said, no sir, this is from HP hardware, HP ProLiant Server Series hardware for HANA. So they said, no sir, we will have, if we do anything without notifying HP, that will void the warranty. Okay, ask them to upgrade it to 11 and give it to me. So they tried upgrading it to 9 and then to 10, and they were stuck with 10. And they couldn't upgrade it to 11. They were saying our region has not yet tested the 11. So it has come from SAP. SAP has already released it. But these fellows, HP fellows, have to test it in their lab. Okay. So they have to document their issues with the hardware combination manufactured by HP. It's it's only for our benefit of the customers, but it was very laid back kind of. It was very slow. So we really can't wait for them. And I said okay, I know the pains and risk points. I'm a solution architect. I know how it works. So we don't have any issues with it. We just update this operating system. They updated our operating system, and they were still like, waiting for the approvals, and they delayed for 1 week. And that's when the customer has to take a call, boss, this is how what it is happening. Then they said, like, you either give 11 or you take your servers back. That's when they said, look, okay, sir, yeah, you can do it, but that's when they engage their resources. Their resources are not trained to install SP11 package. They don't have skill set, and they are not allowing us to do it. There was one more problem again. So I told them, like, what kind of pain is this? Like, they don't know how to install it, and they don't allow us to install it. They say, like, warranty is what. We cannot sit downside here, like, we have a project schedule is getting delayed. Not only with me, like, in the entire team was sitting. So I was doing SP11 installation, and this HP team was watching it. So this happens, like, on-premise edition, this is the advantage. So frankly, if you ask a consultant like me, they say like on-premise edition. No, but you don't have to go for on-premise edition. If you have a basis resource, just take HANA server, and this maintenance is very, very easy. Trust me, this database administration is very easy, very simple compared to any other databases so far, because this was given by one of our other vendors. The sizing was given by other vendor. I didn't give the sizing. I didn't recommend that on-premise. And then we cannot comment on it. Okay, sir, we were recommended to take on-premise. That was an unnecessary additional 10 to 15 lakhs cost to the customer. Comes into picture just to grab the opportunity, and yeah, it doesn't matter. It is very much scalable. You can keep on adding it. So these are the improvements in technology. Just like, comparing, like, 10 years back, 20 years back, and now. So which was also, made use of this. So the bottlenecks. So the basic need for in-memory computing engine was bottlenecks. Like the example of the database, 200 GB database reading with 10 GB RAM. So this is the main thing. Like, you'll have a disk size of 200 GB and main memory of 10 GB. And when you're trying to read the entire 200 GB database, it will be like, the main memory is overloaded, or that's when we'll have performance issues. And that's when we have to, as an alternate, we have to put background jobs, or we have to schedule that particular query in small parts. So just to address that, like the team, when we actually monitoring at the issues, or this is by like, root cause analysis. When we are looking at the root cause analysis, well, you might have already seen, like in your experience, when you're troubleshooting issues or performance issues for the SAP systems. So most of the cases when we see there are memory limitations and drastic increase in users. If you look at the user count 6 months back by running SYM user report, and now if you see 300, 400 users increase, and there are memory resources or hardware resources are not increased, and you see major performance issues. So that calls for a hardware upgrade. You may have to put one more application server in place, or see to that, like, if you can increase more CPUs or more RAM in the existing setup. Either way, either you increase more RAM, CPU in the existing setup. If the existing hardware is not compatible or is no more scalable, if there is no limit to accommodate more RAM in the existing hardware, what we have to do is we have to install one more application server and link it to the existing server. But primarily to avoid the bottlenecks, like, the primary solution what came into picture with in-memory database is like, let's have a database which stores the data in the disk level, and whatever data without getting updated, whatever is read and give, whichever the data, the transactions queries are read and given back to users are supposed to be done in main memory or in cache. So that kind of, based on these primary concepts, the in-memory database or in-memory computing engine, so-called HANA, is developed. And its primary need is like, the RAM is always equal to the size of the DB size. Yeah, it's always like, one linear scan, the data gets stored in a column level. And basically, when it is coming to analytic systems, like, when it is for this condition, we have a small clause here when we are saying 200 GB, the RAM is exactly equal to that of your database size. So people always have manipulations and the alterations, like, to cut down the cost when you are procuring hardware, like no matter what kind of next generation hardware that we bring in place. So we have certain limitations. I'll tell you that, like, your thought process is right. You're thinking in the right way. So basically, in the column store, you need not have the entire RAM exactly equal to that of your disk database size. There can be some alteration, or that there can be some scope of exemption there, but I'll tell you that, like, when we get to sizing, I'll tell you that. You now commenting on that, like, it will create some confusion.
Hey there, wanna ace your game in managing supplies? Our SAP HANA admin training course is here to boost your skills. You can breeze through it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP HANA admin. Think of it as your go-to toolkit for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to smoothly getting them where they need to be. We have got you covered from the basics to some nifty advanced tricks, crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors, top-notch pros with years of experience. They are here to guide you every step of the way and tackle any questions you throw at them. And guess what? Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. Here's the kicker, it's budget-friendly too. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to level up as a SAP HANA Admin Pro? Hop on board now. For more details, swing by ZaranTech's website.
So avoid bottlenecks. The primary agenda is, like, to when you're increasing this CPU count and memory, and the primary agenda is to avoid the performance issues and to avoid the bottlenecks. This was a major issue, like, people working in SAP supports is past 10-15 years. So the major support criteria was like, how do you do the users stuck in privilege mode, or users stuck in with the less memory page out parameters. What is that you basically do? What happens? Where the dialog process? This was the main, understanding the concepts. So that was the major issues which were faced with any database, any operating system combination in SAP when there were memory limitations. So initially, so if I believe, when I did my first SAP installation, like somewhere in 3.6C, I guess. Then later it was 4.6C and E. So it was hardly with 512 MB RAM and a server with 40 GB. And the SAP got installed in somewhere around 20 GB or 15 to 20 GB. Yeah. So now we have laptops with 4 GB RAM and 200, 300 GB batteries. Just comparing, if we go back, you feel fascinated on that. So this was the memory issues because the memory limitations, and the scope was very less, and likewise, the graphics and unwanted things were not there. Now you look at any application, the primary functionality will be using the 10%. The unwanted graphics work and unwanted decorative work will consuming 80%, 60%. So that's what it is. See, if you typically look at my this laptop, this is running on Windows 8, and I'm using it in classical mode. This graphics, I'm avoiding all the graphics. This menu bars and everything is in classical mode. So this will reduce, actually. Basically, this will consume about 500 to 800 MB RAM only for graphics. The flashy graphics with yellow lights, blue colors, and everything. I've put it in a classical mode. This classical mode is from Windows 2000 series. So that is still there. Everything looks like this, flat columns, flat menu bars and all. But this will save RAM for resources of the laptop. So this is called optimizing, where you need these resources and where you don't need it. Clock speed, avoid bottlenecks, latency, and CPU clock speed, memory latency, memory bandwidth, prevent CPU idle time, introduce columnar data storage. See the speed, avoid bottlenecks when the CPU clock speed is very good, like the CPU count is very high, and that is again proportional to the memory latency, memory bandwidth. So that obviously this will create impact on the bottlenecks. The actual bottlenecks are coming because of the mismatch in the combination in reading the data and the resources at the memory level, CPU level, and given target to read the disk space. The target given to read at the DB level. When they are optimized, the CPU count and memory is optimized. So in the initial testing phases, this difference was easily identified. So the column storage and data store mechanism, just like yesterday's example. The concept of columnar data storage has been used for quite some time. Historically, it was mainly used for analytics and data warehousing, where aggregate functions play an important role, reading the data and combining and giving the information. Using column store in OLTP application requires a balanced approach to insertion and indexing of column data to minimize cache misses. So using it was mentioned, but it is not at all used anywhere. Like for column store is not used in OLTP approaches. SAP HANA database allows. See, all this documentation is not this is bought from HA200 on HA200 documentation, which we basically get from the SAP. SAP HANA database allows the developer to specify whether a table is to be stored column-wise or row-wise. It is also possible to alter an existing table from column to row-based and vice versa. So this is called modeling. So when you are importing data from a ERP system, your ERP system will be sitting in the OLTP mechanism. So obviously the data stored in that server is in a row store. But when we are saying on-demand reports with SLT, when you are pulling those reports and you want to run those particular reports with the HANA database. So we are copying data for every 1 hour, all financial reports, HR reports, because those were the reports requirement given by our business team and they want to run it in a faster way. So what we do is we copy them in beforehand for every 1 or 2 hours. See, for example, the last data came into HANA system, bot system running on HANA today morning 6 o'clock, and I'm giving a query to run it at 6:45 or 7 o'clock, and assume this is running for every 2 hours or 3 hours. So what happens to it? Like when I'm giving a query to run it at 7 o'clock, it will go and see the report. So the data is up to date till 6 o'clock, and there is a time difference of 1 hour. So the HANA system, this is dealt in modeling. Like it will directly go and see the difference between the data copied into HANA database and the data which is there in the actual source system. So that 1 hour data difference, if there is any data sitting there, it will automatically go there and fetch that information. So this is called real-time data processing, and pulling that row store data into this system and making it sit as a column store here is called modeling. So the HANA developers will do that modeling part or development part, pulling that, identifying the reports in that particular system, pulling it with the database connections and making it sit in the HANA system. And also when it is directly reading it on demand like this, like 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock on demand data, when it is reading it. So how to read that data, and when system is fetching that data, how the data comes in and sits in this everything is done in development part, which we typically call it as HANA modeling. So we'll see all this, like which process does what and all in architecture. Bottlenecks in the data transfer. So earlier approach was like these are all like only physically you'll not be seeing anything like these bottlenecks or data transfers in Suda anywhere, even in SAP basis also. So we only have to visualize and how the mechanism works, and few areas you can see memory dumps. So avoid bottlenecks. The classical approach or the current approach is like the calculation, orchestration, aggregation, and segregating the data together. Everything was done in the application layer, on the SAP layer, and only the updates and the output was done and retrieved from the database layer. But when it is coming to HANA approach, it is done in such a way, like the query goes from application layer to database layer, and the entire orchestration, aggregation, segregation, calculation, everything happens in database layer, and only the output comes to SAP application layer. The calculations were actually moved into the database because the database is being designed in a very robust manner with high in-memory computing engine. So that's the reason it's not like loading the database, but that's the reason database needs the disk. The DB size is equal to that of RAM. When we're saying that, when we're giving so a good number of CPU count, so all the calculations are moved to database. No matter whatever application you run, your SAP application in a different box, but the DB level, all the calculations are moved to database. Only transfer results. So the application is sitting there to expect the results. So this is one more major approach which is changed. HANA, hardware and software technology innovations. This we have already dealt, like the multi-core architecture, the CPUs, the 100 Gbps data throughput transfer rate, and software technology coming with the row and column store combination and compression up to 70%, and the well-organized partitioning and no aggregate of tables, like no aggregate in the sense no duplicate queries, like doing the same work again and again, like removing the indexes, columns, everything, indexes, and cluster tables, everything. So HANA proof points, 2,600 times faster reporting speed, 460 billion records, and less than a second, and 21% of average increase in the revenue. So this is about, like, one quick example which was done, like when the database was exported from an existing SAP system onto HANA database, and this was done as a test, like the proven proof points. So when the data exported from the source system on the source system or the traditional database, it was a 41.9 GB. It was 41.9 GB. And when it is imported to HANA, it came somewhere close to 5.56 GB. So here it indicates how much? 6.3 times, 6.3% data compression. So 41 GB to somewhere 6 GB change. The compression rate initially assured was 70%, maximum was assured was 70%. Now it is more than 70%. They are assuring up to 80 to 85% compression rate. So no matter what are the worst case, the 60% can be taken as assured compression rate. Query runtime comparison. When it is imported to, when we take a export from the non-HANA database system, and we import the system onto HANA database with the system copy or SWPN tool, when it is actually sitting on HANA, the compression rate, like the source database is some 100 GB, and when it came to HANA, it was somewhere close to 30 GB. So the compression rate was 7 times, close to 7 times. So the compression rate is, you can say, 70 times, 70% compression rate is very much assured. And
I have a quick question, sir. So what exactly the technology and this compression thing? Because is it because the regular database has a lot of null fields or empty spaces, or which is taken out? Is that one of the reasons? Is there any other technology?
Yeah, there are multiple reasons. True, that is one of the reasons. See, like the partitioning concept, just simply comparing it with Oracle, yeah. Even though you do reorg, org, and everything, you can see the partitioning, the cluster tables, the indexes you don't have here, and primarily getting into the roots again, a little bit too advanced now, but still we can understand that. So there are about 100 plus tables. See, for understanding this, you have some 50 plus application products in SAP. That's one thing at a side. And as we all know, SAP can be installed on any operating system, any database, right?
Right.
So our application has to have some universal platform in it where it can be accommodated on any database. Right. So likewise, there will be some universal tables, not some, there are universal tables, set of universal tables, which are designed to make SAP products installable on any database. So this is kind of unwanted junk, unwanted load to the SAP applications. So when this is one area of partitioning and disk spaces, the compression, no aggregate tables, no duplication read write. This is one area. Let us say this is counting to some 30%, apart from 30 to 50%. And apart from this, the other areas are unwanted tables, or I typically call them as universal tables. All these universal tables to be compatible for any DB with SAP. So all this data, when you are migrating to HANA, so here the advantage is SAP knows what are those universal tables. So mine is all universal tables were dropped off.
Right.
Yeah, this was not dropped in, honestly, this was not dropped in ST4 and 5, but from ST7 and 8, it started dropping off 10 tables at a time for each release. From 9 and 11, they are completely cut off. The downloaded disk size data is also Earlier it used to be 11 GB. Now SP11 is coming around 8 GB only. The entire DB size, this DB software size.
Oh, okay.
And even if you install, it comes around somewhere close to 6 to 11 GB only. Very, very small. I was like, when I did this, 7 and 8, it used to take, somewhere close to 20, 25, but when we did this, only database, it was some 6 GB. I was worried, is there something wrong and all. And after installing S4 HANA also, it took only 45 GB. Yeah, they actually add load to the system. See, basically, in this part of universal tables, if you're picking Oracle as a database, yes, out of these 100 universal tables, it might be actually using only 10, but it is still carrying the 90 tables where it doesn't need it.
Right.
Because SAP also doesn't have a hold on it, because with a great control, they made this product so successful, making it compatible with any database. Now they really cannot keep on dropping on the tables. So that's when, when HANA came into picture, HANA is its own database, and SAP are obviously their own products. So they know what to have and what not to have. Linux. So no graphics, no wastage of data, nothing. So Linux, that was okay, partnered. SUSE Linux was partnered with, SAP has partnered with SUSE Linux. So that is also one of the advantages. So that is the areas, when we actually look at in a deeper side. The query time runtime comparison, like we are saying, it has run 3,600 times faster. Obviously, again looking at the changes, again trying to analyze why it has run so fast. Because we have good RAM, good CPU, yes, that is common, we know it now. And what apart from that? Because there is no duplication of data, and insert only delta mechanism, the reading of the queries is also well organized and well designed. And each and every report that we're actually pointing for analytics purpose, that is well optimized, and unwanted steps are also pulled out. When modelers actually, initially, honestly, I had a question, when I was getting into HANA for the first time. So when they were saying development, what the hell, what developers will be doing in the database, what work they have there. Okay, in ABAP, we need fields and all, what these fellows will be doing in database. I had that question, what they will. But basically what they do is when we are pulling the report from row to column to, they optimize this. And when actually the way the data is coming from row, with the row-based mechanism from the legacy hardware, from traditional database, it has lots of steps in it where it is actually doesn't have to go through. So all those steps are also cut off here. So the all unwanted steps will be waived out when they are actually developing the reports. So I do have little knowledge on that development part. So I'll be helping the team in as and when, but I'm not expert in development. But still, where they all remove all these things, they can see the reading the report gets optimized very well. This is one area when we are actually importing the tables and when we are doing it with the help of developers. And apart from that, there is no duplication of data, and we have good hardware. And the transfer rate, yes, 100 GB per second. There's no network latency speeds as well. Network latency is something, the speed getting hampered at the network level due to low bandwidth switches and low bandwidth network ports. So in all areas, SAP has not left any stone unturned. So it has all the key areas considered, and that's how these are all proof points are in front of us. This is how the database is faster. So basically, the hardware technology innovations, again, about the vendors, we know this. And coming to the platform editions. So now we are on HANA Platform Edition 1.0 SP11. And this is the future platform edition targeted, HANA Platform 2.0. So this basically indicates, how advanced SAP is thinking about, solutions for its customers, and how advanced SAP HANA team is planning to improvise the HANA database for the next generation requirements, future requirements. So this is how, this is not live, and this is nothing to, this product is not named yet. This is just named as HANA Platform 2.0. Maybe in 2020 we'll have this edition down the line, and another 4 to 5 years. So where you will be having your complete HANA hardware in one place, one single hardware, one single database, and on the same database you'll have multiple applications running on it with the multiple instances. Just like in SAP we have clients, So similarly, we have this tenant database concept. Tenant databases are already there now, but it's not all that successful. But we'll have something more advanced than a tenant database. Like in one single hardware, we'll install one database as a parent database and few other databases as a child databases. Those are called tenant databases, which you can run multiple applications on the same box. But obviously, you need to have same amount of good number of memory resources and good number of robust hardware planned for it. So like you have ERP, ERP2. This is a typical situation when we're saying ERP1, ERP2 for global service or global operations where you have ERP running for I have seen, I think like you might have also seen the customers, like, we have seen customers like, they are using ERP for one country for one ERP or for one region, EMEA one ERP, Asia Pacific one ERP, and EMEA, Americas one ERP. So for all these ERPs, like they'll be running on a different ERPs with a different company codes for each particular region. And all these ERPs are clubbed to one BW system. So that CEO can have the reports, all the reports will be running overnight. So based on the time zone to the BW system, and this will, the CEO will have for every 16 minutes he used to get the consolidated report of his company. And later on they have put this SLT, that's the secondary thing. So this is on a global level, like, when your business is spread across multiple regions across the globe. And you have one corporate BI, like where all the systems are linked to one corporate BI, all running on one server, one place, everything. So this will be maintained at one single data center. And everybody will be accessing this server through internet and VPN. And non-SAP data also comes into analytics with the help of HANA. So we have this implementation in two ways. Initially RDS, now we don't have this RDS branded well. So RDS is nothing but a fast-paced implementation methodology. Just like which it comes with inbuilt reports, inbuilt process, and inbuilt functionalities. Like you will not be entertained to have much of customizing, much of developments as per the customer requirement. So whatever is given as standard, you run it as standard, no modifications. So that is called rapid deployment solutions, SAP HANA, powered by ERP, powered by HANA, RDS, like which can be implemented in 2 to 3 months time. But the set of reports and limitations are very, very high. Only the given functionalities, only the standard functionalities are given. So if customer says, I don't like this screen and I don't like this way it works, no, those are actually designed on a universal standards or a global standards. So the approach will be in a standardized manner. They have to go through it. And if you say like I want to develop some G codes and all, so that is not a rapid RDS implementation. That is a normal implementation. So project management, kickoff, workshop participation, preparing technical infrastructure, implementation, testing. There is no development at all. So whatever is there in the system, that is used. RDS. So RDS was initially given for ERP HANA with RDS for the initial set of customers. So very few implemented this RDS with ERP because honestly people were not sure how the HANA database will work. So there were very less implementations with RDS, ERP and HANA. So later on ERP powered by HANA, S4 HANA, now we have very good numbers growing. Because now people know, people have been already using it for almost more than 4 years now. So they know it. They've seen the proof points, they've seen SLT, the way SLT was working and way SAP HANA been updated, upgraded and maintained. So they have that comfort zone now, they have the confidence in it now, so they're moving with it. So the step-by-step guide, configuration guide, checklist, what to do, what not to do, kickoff workshop, scoping questionnaire, what is there in the scope, what is not there in the scope, work breakdown schedule, support portal, that's just running. Start, deploy, run, there is no development. No development. Whatever is there in the package, that has been used. So it was initially RDS was given for ERP, rapid deployment solution for profitability with SAP HANA. ERP for acceleration, finance and controlling. Now the same thing is called, the latest product is S4 HANA, simple finance. S4 HANA, what do you say that like? Simple finance 2.0. SAP ERP 6.0 ESP7. S4 HANA powered by HANA. So when you're doing installations, once we are doing it, I'll show you the real-time screens in memory planning. So the technology change, the same thing again. See here. Here it was given again in detail. In-memory planning, user interface, the presentation. In the application layer, the orchestration. Orchestration, aggregation is nothing but collating the tables and dismantling the tables and giving the output and clubbing all the 10 fields together and giving a report. So the orchestration, the calculation part, everything is done in application layer in the classical database or the current approach. In HANA, the orchestration, the calculation. Okay, do this. You read all these 10 tables and multiply it with 1. That is a condition. That condition has been moved to database level. So the actual calculation will be done at database layer, and it will be only the output is given to the application layers. So the traditional approach, reading 52 into 500, so that is 26,000 combinations. So this is done here, and the 26,000 combinations values are sent to database to save it in database. And here we are giving the orchestration like this, like send HANA database +1 instruction to disaggregate and how. Just 52 multiply with 500 and send it. So disaggregate in HANA engine per week 52, per branch 500. Create plus save. Create how? 52 into 500 plus save 2600 values. So the condition is given like this. So like this, the queries are designed in a very precise and optimized manner to avoid the latency and avoid the performance issues. This is a typical example for calculating a report or a query. So if any standard reports also have any issues, even that can be optimized. Because if you see, you might have observed one major difference, like SAP running on any database, we never used to develop anything or model anything on the DB level. We used to do changes only in ABAP. But now we are doing changes at where? DB level. So we have control to do changes at DB level so that the performance issues can be directly optimized at the database level. Because this is its own product. It's an in-memory database of SAP itself. So earlier SAP doesn't have this feasibility or doesn't have this privilege of directly changing the things at database level. Though it knows like not changing the things at database level will fix the performance issues. But it has limited scope there because it is not the product owned by SAP.
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary scripting language used for SAP HANA administration? Option A, Python. Option B, SQL. Option C, JavaScript. Option D, SQL script. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, wanna ace your game in managing supplies? Our SAP HANA admin training course is here to boost your skills. You can breeze through it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP HANA admin. Think of it as your go-to toolkit for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to smoothly getting them where they need to be. We have got you covered from the basics to some nifty advanced tricks, crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors, top-notch pros with years of experience. They are here to guide you every step of the way and tackle any questions you throw at them. And guess what? Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. Here's the kicker, it's budget-friendly too. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to level up as a SAP HANA Admin Pro? Hop on board now. For more details, swing by ZaranTech's website.
Basically, this is the central node that we basically have to refer for doing the sizing. This one, please make a note of this note number. SAP note. This will be kept, constantly updated. Basically, this note will have all the information about the latest changes and the latest documentation that is available regarding the sizing.
Okay, so that is basically sizing central node, right?
Yes, sizing central node. If you have any known issues, anything else, it should be knowing. Getting through this. and you can download all the documentation for your specific release with this URL. And this note will come with an attachment basically. Yeah. Like this SAP HANA in-memory DB sizing version 1.4.pdf. Yeah, and it also comes with a zip file. See, basically, this is a practical real-time scenario, the real-time way I'm actually telling you guys like how to proceed with the sizing. Basically, because this is how we have to look out, this is how we have to check for the latest updates on the sizing aspects. The sizing concepts may differ from release to release, but as of now it is not differing, it's the same. But in future, like, there will be more cloud concepts and there might be some changes the way we look at the sizing perspectives. So this PDF file is downloaded, and this will have some scripts and how to get the some scripts attached to it for getting the current DB output, the current DB size output, for getting the compression factors. We'll see what are those. So this is a document which is basically attached to the node. But it will be taken care by the solution architect, but as a admin role, like, you should be aware of the sizing aspects as well. Like the scenario will be like this. Like by the time you join a project, there will be hardware ready, and the sizing would be given by the hardware vendor and the solution architect who is doing the sizing for your entire project. So those sizing aspects, they might be giving oversizing, or they might be giving a less sizing, which would be actually the pain point for the consultant who will be actually executing the project, or who is actually supporting the project. So knowing the sizing aspects, sizing scenarios will help to analyze the performance related issues. See, I'll tell you like what kind of performance issues might come. So in those kind of scenarios, you'd be given this, like, this is our server requirement, this is the number of users, and this is the DB size, this is the RAM, and this is the CPU we have in our HANA box. That will be knowing, like, once we go through this. So we just started with sizing aspects. So I was telling Rupen about the central node that we have to refer to for doing the sizing. This is a node number. You can make a copy of it. And this is a component which will be raising, like, if you have any sizing related issues to SAP, raising the incidents. This node will have an attachment. SAP HANA in-memory DB sizing. We'll be following this standard node. There is tool, like, so practically not needed. The inputs are many, and it's a time-consuming process. I'll tell you both. Like, it's up to the individual how and what way you can do the sizing. And the comfort level of the solution architect and so sizing recommendations applied for certified HANA hardware only. Please contact hardware vendor for a suitable hardware configuration. Here, this HANA sizing, what are we talking? Like, we all know now, like, HANA can be run only on the hardware which is specifically designed by HANA for HANA database. We call it as a HANA appliance. Note that HANA is constantly being optimized. This might have impact on sizing recommendations. So that's the reason they ask us to go through this. Always download the central node. This will give the release date as 2013 only. I recently downloaded it some 45 days back. It's same, but it is always good to check whether if there is any changes or we are doing the same document or not. There will not be much of differences. I've not seen any changes since the time it is released. Few scripts and other things have changed. So note that the sizing guideline in this document refers to HANA in-memory database only. And this sizing documentation, the sizing concepts or the formulas that we are using, the sizing is only for HANA database only. The application sizing is not taken into consideration. What are applications is it? SAP application or some other third-party application or Hadoop or big data that you're running on top of HANA database, you're not considering the application sizing. You're considering only the database sizing. Additional applications running on top of HANA, example, business information, warehouse, etc., are not covered in this document. See note 1637145 for details on sizing BW1. So that will give basically our basic sizing about ERP applications and BW applications. You can roughly have for every 25 users, you can roughly have 25 to 50 users, you can roughly have 32 GB RAM for application component for central instance, simply. So HANA sizing consists of memory sizing for static data, memory sizing for objects created during runtime, that is data load and query execution, disk sizing and CPU sizing. These are the three areas. So disk sizing is basically, we all know, like, it depends on the way the database is going to install and the size that comes when you install any application on top of it. And CPU sizing, here the CPU sizing is proportional to the sizing of the RAM. And the major aspect in the sizing of HANA sizing or HANA DB sizing is purely about the memory concepts. Like, how much amount of memory that you'll be picking and how much amount of disk space that you'll be taking into consideration. Because the entire scenario, the entire performance revolves around the in-memory database and memory concept, the physical memory that exists in the system. And that memory processing completely depends on the CPU, the CPU sizing. So SAP HANA in-memory database sizing summary. RAM is always equals to the how much amount of RAM you want to take. RAM is always equal to the source data footprint into 2/7 into C1. You see what is C1? C is a C1. This is a compression source database specific compression factor where applicable. See, basically, when I'm saying simple example, if we are importing a data or if you are exporting a data from 1 terabyte database data from a SAP system running on top of MS SQL, you have 1 terabyte there, and you are doing a sizing. And I'm your customer and coming to you and asking you what would be the sizing, how much amount of disk you need for my HANA system. I have my current box ERP running on MS SQL, my current ERP box running on MS SQL, and it is, see, basically here is a scenario and we are exporting a database which is running on MS SQL with a 1 terabyte disk space. That's the DB size with the SAP ERP on top of it, assuming EHP 7. And here we're taking it to HANA database, just the DBs on HANA, and same SAP ERP EHP 7. And you want to know the sizing. I'm your customer and I want to know the sizing. So basically, the compression factor, just giving a quick recap on the compression factors. Sam, HANA has a very good compression factor up to 70%. Whatever databases that you import into HANA, that way it gives a compression factor up to 70%. And it has a very good processing speeds in terms of RAM and in terms of CPU. And it has good functionalities in the software level in terms of row store mechanism and column store mechanism, the way it organizes the data in the database. So that basically comes as part of introduction and the architecture. So please go through that. In case if you still have any doubts, let me know. So basically here, when we are doing sizing, here basically when I say it is 1000 GB here, so going with that factor, if I am compressing it for 70%, it should be how much? Here it comes for 300 GB. The same database is supposed to come up with a 300 GB when I'm putting it on top of HANA database, when I'm migrating it to HANA database. And here, this is called the compression factor. When we are doing this sizing, what SAP recommends is get this sizing compression factor of the specific database, because these compression factors differs differently for Oracle database, MS SQL, DB2 or DB4. So each specific database has their own scripts to be executed to get the compression factor. Apart from this, the source DB footprint. So here the formula is source database footprint into 2/7 into compression factor. This is source DB footprint is the actual size of your source database, and 2/7 is the formula, the combination that you need to multiply with, and C1 is the compression factor. This compression factor you basically get by executing this script. You'll have the scripts for each and every specific database. So basically, if you're not aware of the database that you're running on, you can always reach out to SAP This is only there for the existing customers. This compression factors comes for the existing SAP HANA SAP customers. So the C1 is this factor value will come with by running that script. So here, assuming 1000 into 2 by 7 into assuming my compression factor 10%. Basically, I don't take any compression factor. It's coming to how much? 285. And if you're multiplying it with 0.10%, 28.5, which is 28% compression rate. So that again, if you go back a little bit further, it gives to actually 1000 into 2 by 7, 285. This comes to how much? The same 70% compression factor and the target system DB size. So basically, this is a formula. Don't get confused with it. I have very otherwise simple method of doing it. Just keep this in mind. This is a formula. If somebody is asking in the interview, this is a formula. But nobody would be asking this. This questions comes into picture only on the architect level. So disk size. The disk size is always supposed to be equal to that of RAM size. So basically, if we look at the sizing aspects in a normal servers, we actually do the disk sizing first, and we give, okay, put the disk size of 500 GB and RAM some 10 GB or 12 GB. Here it is the other way around. Basically, the primary factor we consider it as RAM. Based on the RAM, we take the disk size because the entire database is actually going to sit in RAM. And only to have the persistence layer, only to have a fallback mechanism. The RAM is volatile. The data cannot be saved in RAM. We need a storage at a disk level. So the storage will be simply sitting at a disk level for the persistence fallback, and the entire transactions, everything will be running in cache. Only when there is something updating the transaction will go till the disk level, it updates it and come back. And if it is only read queries or only write queries, the majority of the read queries will be done only in the RAM, and it will be sent back from the RAM itself. It doesn't even come till the disk level. And only when you're updating it, it comes to the disk level. So that is the reason there's a lot of time which has been saved, and the response time is very less, and performance is really good in the in-memory concepts, in-memory computing engine database. IMC is the HANA we call it as IMC, in-memory computing engine. So disk log is also equal to that of RAM. What is the RAM size that we need to pick here? The target DB size would be 300 GB. So how much RAM I should take here? I should take 300 GB RAM. And for disk size, how much I should take? Persistence, 1 into RAM. So 1 into RAM, that is again 300 GB for disk. And again for log, it's the same. And CPU 300 SAPs per active user. So basically, when you're taking 300 GB RAM, for each RAM size, for every 100 GB, put at least 4 cores of CPU. So 3 into 4, how many? You need at least 12 cores of CPUs, 300 SAPs. So 100 SAPs counts to one CPU core. So the CPU cores is something like, you have one physical CPU in your laptop, and when you actually go to the device manager and look at it, you can see 4 CPUs running there, the virtual CPUs. So those virtual CPUs, we call them as cores. So if somebody asks my configuration, I say there is only one physical CPU on my server or on my laptop. I say I have 4 cores of CPU in my laptop. So that is actually 4 virtual core CPUs. It's a count, or it's a gauge used to count the CPUs in the systems. So you need to have at least 4 cores to minimum 12 core CPUs for every 100 GB. It's up to the load again and the users, the number of users that we are getting on top of, onto the system. So this is a basic sizing concept. This is the actual formula that we use. C equals to the source database specific compression factor where applicable. See page number 7. See this source DB compression factor, these scripts will give the script to the existing database administrator to run the script on the existing system. You are going to a new project, you have a DB4 database running in the system. So that DB level specific scripts that DB administrator uses, they have to run it. So if you are not aware of the database or if you are not familiar with that source database, it's not a problem at all. You need to take the help of the existing basis team or the database team, hand over the scripts to them and ask them to run the script and share the output with you and use that output factor to do the sizing. And as I was saying, that compression factor is not a very mandatory concept for doing the sizing. There's other simple way of doing it. So based on sample query scenario in a side-by-side scenario with moderate size, scenarios with higher complexity require scenario-specific CPU sizing. See, there is another way of doing the sizing. Apart from this is only assuming, this is a load and this is the number of users we have, we give this sizing like this. Apart from this, if you want to do the sizing, exact sizing, there's other way called as throughput sizing. That uses the quick sizer tool. Somebody was asking this quick sizer tool, right? So that quick sizer tool will actually give all the inputs like how many users, how many steps, what kind of transactions, and how many reports that you are running, how many concurrent users, how many dialog users, or how many end users, how many background job users. All these details it will take from the existing system, and then it will give you an output. That quick sizer tool, you can use it from the quick sizer. From the service.sap.com, and you can use a quick sizer quick link, and from there you have to create a project. You have to create a project and you have to keep on giving all the inputs. This requires a S-user ID, and not only the S-user, you need to have super user permissions for the marketplace administration. For your entire marketplace S-user ID is what you get. There will be one super user with complete administrative rights on the marketplace to download software and other things. So you should have that super user rights to use the quick sizer on the marketplace. For doing this generic sizing, you don't have to. For doing that, again, you have to get back to the customer asking him to share the user credentials for his license, for his system, for his license, for his company's license, and you have to log into their system and pick their existing system and give and all. It's a time-consuming process. And with getting relevant information, you have to run some reports again, additional reports in the existing system to find out how many users you have, what are the reports, and you may have to sit with the core team members and find out how many reports they have and other things. And the other way around is simply looking at the DB size and right. So memory sizing, static data. Memory requirements for static data is derived from the database footprint of the corresponding tables of the source database system. That is not tapes, it is tables. It's a printing mistake. Database footprint is source system must be determined using database specific catalog information. Example in Oracle, DB_segments in DB2 syscat.tables. This DB compression factors, the source DB compression factors. So each database will have a different script and different mechanism to get that compression factor. So you can always reach out to SAP if you are a customer who is planning to migrate to HANA database, your entire landscape. They'll give SAP gives so very good support, and they give very good support for this, getting these compression factors and all. If you have any difficulty in getting those. So database specific scripts and more details on how to determine the database footprint can be found in note 1514966, the same note. This will have attachments to it. This is the same note which I was talking about. So this is a compression, this is getSize.zip. So this basically will have a script like this. This will have something, this to run on the shell command prompt, Linux and Unix level. The steps are given here. On OS 400, call qpt town, open the type, and these are the commands that you have to give So like this, entire documentation will be given. In case if you have any difficulty in executing it, you can take support. But this is only for DB4. So basically for all databases, you get that one. This is on a very high level, like the sizing concepts we're talking about. So average compression factor for table size HANA memory is equals to 7:1. The compression factor is 7:1 or 70% ratio. Note that the compression factor refers to uncompressed data tables and space of our database indexes is to be excluded. RAM, static RAM is equals to source database footprint divided by 7 into compression factor 1. The 7 comes into picture as a 70% of the compression factor. C1, source database compression factor where applicable, see page number 7. The same script again comes into picture. They ask us to execute the script. So additional memory required for objects that are created dynamically when loading new data, when executing queries. We recommend to reserve as much memory for dynamic objects as for static objects. RAM dynamic is equals to RAM static. So basically, this is about the database that we need, and they're also now. So this is all for what? This storage, RAM, whatever we have given is we have given only for storing the disk. Whatever the data that is coming into picture, that data is being stored instead of disk level. We are storing it in RAM. We are storing the database in the RAM. So all this time we are actually talking about putting your entire database into the memory. So what about the memory that is actually required for executing or querying the transactions? So that's what they say. Here the RAM for dynamic is equals to RAM for static. Static RAM is nothing but the RAM which we are actually using it for the DB purpose. So if you're exporting a 1000 GB database, so it comes as a 300 GB database into HANA. So no matter whatever it is, we need 300 GB unreserved, reserved memory for the database only, for storing the database only into the memory, 300 GB. Apart from that, what about the memory that is needed for executing the transactions and queries? That is called dynamic. And you may not need this dynamic RAM continuously. So whenever there is no activity, here the whatever RAM which is sitting idle in the static RAM can be utilized. So RAM is equals to RAM dynamic plus RAM static. Source database footprint into 2/7 is a compression factor. So if you're getting the output as 300 GB, we put another additional 50 to 100 GB RAM for the static and dynamic purpose. Compression in source database. Do not take into account the reduced sizes of the source database due to instant compression, except one for devices. And to migrate the database to HANA, the condition is it should be on minimum ERP 6.0, ESP6 and above, and it should be a non-Unicode system. If it is, it should be a Unicode system. If it is on a non-Unicode, it cannot be migrated. Basically, in the earlier days, we have this Unicode, non-Unicode concept. Unicode used to support all the multi-level languages. Are you aware of it? Unicode, non-Unicode? So basically, here, when it comes to HANA, migration to HANA, so basically it should be a Unicode system. In case if any customer, old customer who is still running on Unicode and want to migrate to HANA or want to upgrade to HANA, it should be the initial. First, they have to do a Unicode conversion. They have to convert the system to Unicode and upgrade it to the latest levels, and then migrate to the HANA. That is a precondition. Yeah, you cannot migrate directly to HANA. Here we are specifically talking about the SAP systems, migrating the SAP products running on any database to HANA database, not the databases. The application must be so disk sizing. So disk size for the persistence layer. Here the disk size equals to that of RAM. Disk size for log files, that also equals to that of RAM. So if you put in disk size, the source DB is assuming 300 GB. You also need RAM also 300 GB. So note that this only covers the disk requirement for the database files. As with any database system, additional space must be reserved for what? Backups, exports, and executables. We recommend reserving approximately another 2 to 3 times of the RAM value for these purposes. So here the RAM value is how much? 300 GB. And we have taken one for disk. So 300 300 here we have taken 300 for disk, that's for DB size, 300 for log size, and they're taking another 3 to 4 times. That is another 300 for backups, another 300 in case if you are taking for export, and another 300 for additional things. It comes to how much? Disk size 1500 GB. So disk size is 1500 GB additional, and RAM is 300 GB. So this is a formula. This is again we have taken additionally. So we've taken disk log 300, 300, one for backup, one for exports and other things. Additional 300, 1200 GB. So this is the rough sizing. Why I'm stressing more on this is just looking at the size, you should be in a position to identify. Disk space is required persistently to store the data that is kept in memory. The space is to be provided must be capable to hold space for at least one process image, that is snapshot image or an image backup of the database. That is, if you are having 300 GB disk size here, it should hold at least one image backup. That is, we need at least one backup complete, that is 300 GB. So from source you're getting 300 GB backup, and this is only for one image backup locally. And once this backup is written here, we need to what? We need to ship it to the tape drive or external disks, not on this system. Ship to external device, that backup. Space for one data export. If you're doing some export, import, some urgency. So there should be space for at least one database export or additional space. That is like this one, 300 GB. Shared volume across multiple nodes for executables, other data visible for all nodes. So we'll have this concept of as we have central instance, we have this HANA concept. It is very much scalable. It can be installed on multiple nodes, and it will have one shared directory on which all these HANA executables or HANA database files will be basically sitting. So that's what we call it as a shared volume. So size for that shared volume. So basically that shared volume size is nothing but the size which we are basically considering for the disk DB, for disk of the DB size. We don't have traditionally considered for that. The first two components are essential to provide support. Which one? At least one process image and space for one data export. If you're not having any backups, space for backup on a local system, it's a really big problem. Sizing approach similar to user-based CPU sizing for BW and BWA. The user-based CPU sizing, like the sizing as I was saying, based on the number of users of those going to hit the system for the application sizing. If you're putting ERP or BW on top of HANA, and you can ask how many users you are expecting to come on top of HANA. So say the customer is some 25 users or some, and it may go up to 50 users. Okay, fine. So initially consider for 25 users, and assume after they're going live, till under 3 years or 2 years, they may increase up to 50 users. So whenever you're doing sizing, if the customer says 25, please do it for 50 users, because the users always increases. Once they if it is a new implementation, once the customer start using this technicality, SAP is so good technicality, so they'll be almost obviously they'll be automating most of their business processes. They'll be including more processes into SAP, and without knowingly, even customer will not be aware, but the user count in SAP will be increased. So one by one, they'll be including the business processes into SAP application, and the user count within a year or 2 years span, it will definitely double. So consider the sizing. When they say 25 users we are expecting initially, take the count as 50 users and take a rough estimate from them. What is your target? How many users as per your estimation that the users may hit the system? They may say some 50s or maybe hardly 60. Then say do it for 100. For 100 users, you need to have at least minimum 64 GB RAM. From 36 to 64 GB RAM for 100 users. For 25 users, you need to have at least 24 to 32 GB. So we basically give it as 64 GB, and they say, no sir, this is getting expensive, we don't need that much RAM. Okay, fine man, we are giving sizing for 3 years. So if you are not really sure you're not going to have many users on the system, this is specifically for 50 users, you can run your show with a 36 GB RAM. Then they'll say okay, fine. And put a note this is the user count and this is our. So this is more on an architect level. So assumptions, 3 different query complexity classes, 3 different user profiles, click rate, query complexity, same distribution for user classes, query complexities in BW. This is all about the RAM. Or simply, you can do other way around. If they're saying 25 users, put 1 GB per user. So they're saying 25 users, put 1 GB per user. And when you're doing 1 GB per user, you can additionally take 20 more users. Because all 25 users will not be hitting the system continuously. We call them what? Concurrent users. We call them as concurrent users. So even if you're saying 25 users, hardly there will be 3 or 5 users who will be always using the system. Remaining all will be idle. So when you're doing 25 GB RAM for 25 users, they can actually use it up to 40 users. And when they're going 70 or 50 users or 60 users, when all of them are logging into the system in the morning hours or during the logout in the evening, then they will face the performance issues. Then they'll have complaints. Sir, I'm not able to log in system is slow. Because why? All these users are logging at a time and there is no sufficient memory. And when there is no load in the system in the afternoon times or in the non-peak hours, if they're logging and they're transacting the system will be really good. So they themselves tell it. Sir, in the mornings when I'm logging, this is very slow, and afternoons and all it is fine, but again in the evening it is slow. That indicates what? In the peak time, the load is more on the system and there is a problem with the memory in the system. So that's how we analyze the issues. So putting all this aside, we call it as a data volume, which we basically use it for database extract sizing output. So this is the standard method of doing it. Let us come back to our own traditional method of sizing. Alright? Quick method of doing the sizing. Right hardware, future expansions, these are things that you need to take into consideration. This is my way of doing it. Feature expansions, if they are expanding it to the future, the hardware should be feature scalable. So whatever HANA hardware that is coming, it is very much scalable. Scalable is nothing but it should be in an expandable manner. The hardware should be expandable. It should be in a position to accommodate more RAM, more disk space in it. So that kind of hardware has to be taken into consideration. And as we are saying, we are going only with the certified HANA hardware. So obviously that is certified by SAP HANA team. So it will be obviously expandable and scalable. We call it as not expandable, we call it as scalable hardware. Calculating the space based on DB growth. This is one more primary aspect. This is good, you're exporting a system from a source database, MS SQL database, and you're importing it on top of HANA. But how do you consider the size? For another 3 years, what could be the database growth for another 3 years? And do you have the sufficient disk space in it? For example, in MS SQL, the DB is growing monthly for every month it is growing with a 10 GB or 20 GB. So what would be the growth on your HANA database? So whatever the compression factors it might have. So how do you consider it? So you're exporting it here, it is coming with 300 GB database, that is all fine. You have done sizing. But how do you look at the future requirements? So there it is growing with 20 GB. Assuming here it will grow at least by 10 GB in the HANA database. So per year it is growing how much? 100 GB to 120 GB. For another 3 years it needs to have more how much? More 300 GB disk space. So put that 300 GB also in place. Put it in an Excel sheet. And this is how we present it. See, first this is your source database system. This is how it is growing. Where do you get these reports of the source database? You get it from the DBA cockpit transaction. You can you have a tab there where you can see the DB growth analysis. It gives you on a day wise, week wise, month wise, and year wise. You can take the output for a month wise and you can export it into Excel sheet, put it there, and give the stats. This is how your database is growing now, and expecting it to grow at least the half. Here it is growing 20% for 20 GB per month, and assuming it is growing for 10 GB, because we never know how the DB will be growing in the HANA database. We are assuming in the worst case it will be growing only by 10%. So this would be the size that is needed. To have this disk space in place, and in case if you are running short of disk space, the disk space can be always be added from the storage area, from the sizing concepts. So these are the expectations, the load expectations, how much number of users, how many number of reports that are going to be loaded or executed from the system. And what kind of installations? Is it a customer installation, fresh installation, or first time they're installing the software? So in those cases, you don't have to go with the DB grow, sizing and all this. You just have to go with the standard sizing. You have 500 GB disk space, minimum 100 GB RAM for a HANA database, and other system for the SAP application. You can start with the HANA database installation. HANA needs minimum 64 GB RAM to install your HANA database. Only the database. It needs minimum 64 GB RAM and 12 to 16 cores of CPUs. That is 4, but 4 will be very feeble now. The high-end hardwares which are coming now, they are coming with a minimum of 12 cores to 16 cores. The base. The one physical CPU access either 12 cores or 16 cores. The current hardware. Initially it was 4 cores. Now it is current hardware. One physical CPU is equals to 16 cores. So customer migration, complete database from SAP and non-SAP systems. They're migrating from SAP and non-SAP system to HANA. These are the scenarios. These are the different scenarios which could come into picture for sizing. And customers migrating only on-demand reports data from SAP system to HANA. We call it as HANA Live or HANA Sidecar method. And the product that we use for this method is called as SLT, SAP Landscape Transformation. In this scenario, you will not be migrating all your HANA database, all the database, complete database into HANA, but only the hand-picked reports, the on-demand reports from the existing SAP system to HANA. We'll see that SLT concepts in the at later stages, like once we are done with this installation and other areas. So here comes to the actual calculation. So it needs minimum 64 GB RAM. Minimum disk space for database installation is 100 GB. Basically, when you install HANA, it comes only some 5 to 6 GB. Now, initially it was somewhere around 15 to 16 GB for SP7 and 8. With the SP9, the compression factor is very less, and GB is the HANA database is getting installed within less than 10 GB. It's taking somewhere around 6 to 7 GB. And if you're putting SAP on top of it, BW or ERP on top of it, it is taking 40 GB at the disk level. So you need at least minimum 64 GB RAM dedicated to the database, and minimum disk space required is 100 to 200 GB. Swap disk size needed. Like swap size is for the hardware sizing. Like you need to have minimum 50 GB RAM allocated for the Linux swap size. It's nothing but paging, disk memory paging. And CPU cores minimum 16 based on the current hardware, and minimum 10 Gbps network speed. The HANA hardware, the other day I was saying, in a sizing concept, as I was Sam, along with this in-memory concepts and CPUs, HANA hardware is HANA hardware is improvised in many factors. In a similar way, the current legacy servers will have a throughput of only 1 GB to maximum of 10 GB per second from the network cards. They can upload and download up to 1 GB to 10 GB per second. The current existing servers, not HANA servers. But wherein it comes to HANA servers, they are capable of uploading and downloading. Or if you copy 100 GB from within HANA to HANA box to the network link for HANA to HANA system connected directly, it will just copy within seconds. You just copy 100 GB from this HANA box to this HANA box, another HANA box A to HANA box B. It just copies within seconds. Because that is the speed, the network speed that it is capable of, and the RAM, the CPUs, they are very robust, and they are actually next generation hardware. Just giving a simple example, like in case if you are copying it, from Linux to Linux, yes, there should be some SSH, and it should be connected with the proper network speed. Like the switch which we use in between the network server switch, through which all the network ports and systems are connected. That is also one of the prerequisites before we head with the HANA installation. Because here the HANA servers are having 100 Gbps throughput speed, and the network switch has only 1 Gbps output. What happens when a client machine is accessing HANA server has 100 Gbps switch, and a client system or laptop has almost only 100 Mbps speed. When it comes to here, though the output from the HANA server is very high, the other end, the people who are supposed to receive, or the bridge, the network switch which is supposed to transfer it, is not up to the mark. What happens? The data gets dropped out. So that's the reason we need to have at least minimum of 10 Gbps network switches recommended, and the best recommended is 100 Gbps. It depends on the customer if they go with the 10 Gbps or 100 Gbps switch. So these are factors come into picture. Like when you are talking about a solution architect for HANA, it is even more complex. But for basis, it is only like our basis server. We are doing the sizing and we are just pushing off with our work. But when it comes to HANA, because if you don't have proper network server switch also in place, the performance gets degraded. And when you actually do the performance analysis, you see the latency getting out or the performance getting degraded at the network level. And that's a problem because of the network switch incapable or a network switch without sufficient speed. So here, coming to the legacy formula, so forget about all this. When you have doubt, take care of this note and go through it, give it a reading, and forget all the formulas, whatever is given here. And if you're going for any interview, only then remember that formula, database footprint into 2/7 into compression factor. But if you want to do quick sizing, use a simple method, which you have to do, which basically I follow. This is a non-standard method. So your source DB is 500 GB and put it half, assuming the compression factor is up to 50%. 50% of the source DB is how much? 250 GB. Not 70% and all. So 70%, why I'm saying take only 50% compression factor? Because all the time you never know the way the source database health is maintained. Basically, there was initial migrations which we did, and we have seen only though SAP has given like a 70% compression factor, we see only 55% of the 55% compression factor. So basically, it was initial things. The customer was also fine with that. But what happens if you don't get a 70% compression factor in the large databases? So always to be on the safer side, don't go with the 70% compression factor. I'm assuming only here they are giving 70%, but I'm taking only 50%. And 500 GB compression factor is assuming to be 50%. So my target DB comes to how much? 250 GB, half of the source database. So RAM is equal to how much? I need dedicated 250 GB RAM. And if it is compressing more, if the compression factor is more 70%, that will be how much? More 300 GB. Or I will be needing only 200 GB of RAM, but I'll be having additional. I'm on a safer side. Taking 50% is on a safer side. So disk space 4 into RAM, 4 times the RAM size. This 4 times counts for disk DB size, log size, backups, and additional space. 4 times. I'm taking the 4 times of the RAM size. What is the RAM size? RAM size is from the compression factor. Assuming if you're having 1000 GB, you're taking 500 GB compression factor. You're taking only 500 GB RAM. So basically, if you take 70%, you are supposed to take only 300 GB RAM. But here I'm taking how much? I'm assuming in the worst case, even if the compression factor doesn't go well as per the standards, the minimum 50% is definitely assured. Whatever the health is kind of the health or the system maintained in your source system, it will give you 50% by sure. That's gunshot. So that's the reason the worst case scenario factor is 50%. Go with 50% sizing, and I'm taking 500 GB. And if the health of the database is good and I'm getting 70% compression, that's really good. I'll be needing only 300 GB RAM, but I still be having 500 GB RAM in the system. That's always on the better note. Once you give the sizing as 300 GB and you realize that the export did not come up with the 300 GB, but it has come up with the 500 GB. And you go to the customer after the hardware is landed and everything, and you ask them, sir, there's a problem with this, with your source database, and I was assuming it will compress by 70%, and this damn database didn't compress well, and it has come up with a 500 GB disk space. Give me another 200 GB in the 200 more GB in the HANA server. What happens then? It will give you a negative impression. And he'll ask, what kind of architect you are, what kind of sizing you have given? Don't you know this? You have to also consider the worst case scenarios. We cannot procure the hardware now, or they say like even if you procure now, it will take some time. It will take 10 to 15 days to land. All these things come into picture, unnecessary chaos and unnecessary costs. So to be on the safer side, go for the 50% compression rate. This is like, experienced way of doing the compression factors. So there will be sizing differs, like, even if I don't do sizing for certain projects, and if I go as a consultant to the project, what I do is I look at the sizing and I'll ask them to, like, have some additional space as a fallback thing. Do you have additional 50 to 100 gigs of RAM, which can be allocated on demand within minutes? Yes, sir, we do have our development server, production servers. Okay. Are they in the same LAN? Okay. Then, okay, we on the virtual machines, if they have development quality production, so initially we'll be building on the development system. I'll tell them that I may need more RAM if it is needed. You may have to allocate it from your existing production system. And by the time we build the production system, you will procure that. Because the sizing recommendations which you have in place is okay, but not satisfactory. These are not considered for the worst case scenarios. I'll explain them. This would be the case and this would be the scenario. Giving examples. So CPU codes, half of the RAM. This is the basic size. So 250 GB, half of the RAM. So you're taking more, how much? 125 cores, or 1/3 of the RAM, the best size. When you say half of the RAM, basically CPU cores, once you recommend the RAM size, the hardware vendors, they are giving more number of CPU cores, because the CPUs is not that expensive for them. So CPU cores, you get more number of CPUs. So way you keep on increasing the RAM, automatically the default sizing way, every hardware vendor gives a default number of CPUs, irrespective of whether we ask for CPU cores or not. Basically, it comes half of it or 1/3 of it. Sizing requires requirement needed, so RAM 750 GB, disk space 1000 GB, GPU 125 cores. So RAM we are taking how much? RAM is only 250 GB. And disk is 4 times 1000 GB and cores is 125 cores. Assuming the data, the source GB is 500 GB and it is not getting compressed by 50%, but it is getting compressed by, not getting compressed by 70%, getting compressed by 50%. So we'll be doing sizing in a day about 2 to 3 sizings. So every time we'll not be going with the sizer and other things. We just roughly, do like this and give it across. And there will be sizings given by the vendors and which comes to me for auditing. I have to go through it, check the requirements. At a glance, I just need to scan it and say, okay, this will fit or this will not fit. If there's some 10 to 10%, 5 to 10% ratio, whether it is less or high, it's okay, it is considered. But if something is very less or very high, will be a call, where the call has to be taken on. So this basically comes into picture. The third auditing comes into SAP because all the customers who are taking SAP licenses, they again come for a SAP gives a free of cost analysis from the SAP side, because there could be some manipulation from the IT teams. Like, they might be procuring more hardware based on commissions or some, or the vendors might be giving oversizing, whether the customer needs it or doesn't need it. The fellow who is coming on site to sell his hardware, he might have some targets, he needs some budget. So that fellow say, like, okay, sir, put this much RAM, put this much, and customer may not be needing it. But genuinely, we would be giving that suggestion. The architects from the SAP side. So those kind of audits comes to me. So this is the sizing which we basically see. And if somebody is giving, the customer needs 200 GB, and if somebody is giving 400 GB disk space, and if he needs 200 GB RAM, and if he's giving 300 GB RAM, that is acceptable. And if customer needs 200 GB RAM, and they are giving 600 GB RAM, 1000 GB RAM, that is not acceptable. This is something irrelevant sizing. So we'll say, like, okay. That's how we put a control on it. So that's how, like, this is a standard formula which I basically use. Simply if you go with the tool and all, I will be able to audit or do sizing for one system or one slide, 1 or 2 clients in a week. So this is the way how we do. So basically it depends, like, if you're going for a new project and if you find initially doing for the sizing and all, yeah, in a traditional method, it's good, like, you go with a quick sizer tool, get used to it. And once you gain experience, it's not mandatory. Once the customer has trust in you, whether you say it orally, writing it on a piece of paper, or you put it on a board, or you put it on Excel sheet, once they have confidence in the consultant, they'll go with it. They don't ask for sizes and other things. It's up to customer.
Hey there! Wanna ace your game in managing supplies? Our SAP HANA Admin Training course is here to boost your skills. You can breeze through it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP HANA Admin. Think of it as your go-to toolkit for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to smoothly getting them where they need to be. We have got you covered from the basics to some nifty advanced tricks, crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors, top-notch pros with years of experience. They are here to guide you every step of the way and tackle any questions you throw at them. And guess what? Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. Here's the kicker, it's budget-friendly too. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to level up as a SAP HANA Admin Pro? Hop on board now. For more details, swing by ZaranTech's website.
See, basically we'll be having this studio. So this is the studio is a front-end tool or a GUI tool which we're basically using to get connected to the HANA servers. So similarly, as we use SAP GUI for getting connected to the SAP systems based on the IP address and host name, we'll be using this HANA Studio. And from here, we'll be adding the systems. So you give the IP address, host name, and the instance number of your HANA database, and the description. And the user that you're trying to connect with the HANA system. So you'll be basically doing this practically on the HANA servers. This is one of the live servers of one of my clients. So here with the studio administration, once we log into the HANA Studio, this is how the studio will be looking, and this can be installed on your client systems. So this studio basically comes on the server, on the Linux server, as well as it can be installed on the Windows system. It will have two files which can be installed on the Linux wherever your HANA is being installed. On the server, during the installation, the HANA Studio file gets installed. And apart from that, you can use a Windows version, the 32-bit and 64-bit version on your laptop or on your desktop to access to the actual HANA servers. To access the HANA servers, you have to give the IP address or host name and the instance number of your HANA database and the DB administrator user and its password. You will be able to see the details of HANA database. Here, we are looking at the system. Here's a HANA server and the memory used and the total memory allocated to the server. Total we have about 250 GB. 250 GB RAM is the total RAM, and the allocation limit is the limit is set to 240. Used memory so far is 74, and peaked the highest used memory is 80 GB. And the disk volume, the data volume. Here, this box is running SAP ERP powered by HANA. Like ERP is a SAP product or SAP application that is being hosted on top of HANA database. The total database volume size is 64 GB. Can you guys hear me? You seeing it? So basically, this is from this studio. This studio is not very though we compare it with SAP GUI. In SAP GUI, we see all the users who are using SAP will be logging in with the SAP GUI. But here, coming to HANA Studio, only the people or only the administrators or the developers will be using the HANA Studio. Only the administrators, the HANA database administrators, and HANA developers. HANA developers are nothing but BO admins or the BO modelers who will be doing the modeling of the data that comes into HANA database, whether it comes in a row store to column or column to row store, to make it run in a much faster way, to run the on-demand reports. So that part is called modeling. So basically, when we say DB cockpit, so all the DB related administration can be seen here. Backup and recovery. So this is only about the overview about the tool HANA Studio, and while doing practicals like post the installation, we'll be taking a backup practical, we'll be recovering the backup, and we'll be doing the installation live on the system. Prior to that, this is about giving overview on the tool, what all functions you have in the tool, and what all options that can be performed. Look at the backup console. This is a place where we configure the backups, we give backup destination, where the log has to sit, and what is the backup save point time, backup catalog, how often you want to have backups scheduled within a week. It's every alternate day, or once in a week, or once in a month, or twice in a month. So all the backup schedule can be set up here. And apart from this, if you look at the system, if you click on this one, system monitor, it just gives overview of all the systems and its server processes status. All services are started. This is a HANA administration console, and similarly, the same tool will be used by the HANA modeler. When we say modeling, so modeler window will be typically like this. They have all these views here. Delivery unit, generate time data, configure import server, import data from the existing SAP systems into HANA database, from row to column and column to row store, do the changes and deploy it, test it, schema mapping. So this is something which is done by HANA developers who do the development part. HANA modeling, HANA development. So we being as administrators, we'll be dealing only with the HANA administration. And when we're creating user for modeler, so who I will be using HANA Studio? If you have an interview question, only the HANA admins and HANA developers will be using the HANA Studio. No end user will be using HANA Studio. So if you have any SAP users or end users who are created in SAP application, whether it's ERP, BW or WebJ, they'll be directly basically using in BobJ they'll be using a CMC console, and in SAP they'll be using the SAP GUI and SAP users, where they'll be using logging in with SAP GUI, SAP logon, and they'll be accessing their transactions based on T codes. But this is a purely database, and in the database, only the database administrators and database developers. Your HANA developers are basically DB SQL developers who will be logging into the system. Only the two targeted consultants, HANA admin consultants and HANA development consultants. So basically, this is a DB cockpit. The entire database administration can be done here. And if you look at all the tabs, this has information about the entire landscape and all the HANA server processes, the host on which the HANA server is running, all the server processes where it is being accessed from, alerts, performance, volumes, the configuration, just as similarly we do the server performance tuning, like setting the password policies or setting the timeout policies. You can see just like as we set in the instance parameter in the SAP systems. So those parameters based on the on-demand and based on the issues or based on the integration requirements, certain parameters will be set here in indexserver.ini. Those will be done in the configuration tab in this file, indexserver.ini. In the system information, it gives the complete information on the system, the connections connected to it, backup catalogs defined, there are any blocked transactions for monitoring purpose. This is a place where you can see the diagnostic files for diagnostic purpose and trace files, just like work directory. If anything goes wrong, or if you want to troubleshoot or analyze any issue, that all these traces logs will be seen here. The trace configuration, whether you want to deactivate or activate any trace, this is a field where you can see the entire administration will be done and will be executed from the HANA Studio. So this is the importance of HANA Studio. Without HANA Studio, you cannot perform any administration. And for running HTTP SQL to get into command prompt in the HANA Studio at SQL level, we'll be using OpenSQL command. And this will take you to the command prompt window. And from here, it directly gets connected to the database with the concerned user, and you can you can write the query here, and you can say deploy. It's very simple. It's not like our other legacy databases where you have to go into the command prompt, you have to log in with the user again, and give the command to get connected and all. It's very simple administration. And this administration window will have all this subtabs. So basically all the tables, the development related functions, the catalog reads, everything will be seen here. The content, the database, the provisioning, what all data that is coming in and that is going out. And in the security here, we'll be doing the user administration. All the users are going to be created. The roles, we already have this predefined set of roles given by SAP. And as you could see, like, only the ABAP developers and HANA admins will be created. No other users. When we are creating HANA developers, that will be the modeling and the content admin roles will be given. See, from here, all these roles are which are came into system by default. Whatever you see above, top of this, these are all basically created. They're not the ones which came by default, they were created. So once we install a fresh system, then we can see actually what are the default roles and default users. Yeah, exactly. The repository, the users that you're creating at the repository level and the DB connections level, when we are actually pulling the reports on demand from the existing SAP systems, like when you're implementing HANA Live and when you're actually putting up a SLT server and you're not copying or migrating the entire data onto HANA, but only a few specific set of reports, financial reports, which are on-demand reports or on-demand data onto HANA. So what needs to happen is, like, this HANA database will be directly communicating with your source database system and whatever operating system or database it is running, non-HANA database system, it will be directly communicating from database to database. Your source database could be running on Oracle or anything. It will be directly talking to that system and the developers, once you set up this database connections, the developers would be in a position to identify the tables on the source database and import those tables into HANA Studio and do the modeling part. While importing, it will be coming in as a row stored system. After coming into the HANA database, it will be stored in a column store and executed in the form of reports with the help of Bob or anything that is installed on top of HANA. Precisely, yes. The repository level users, the repository level DB connection users, not the end users. Basically, when HANA development is done, like, the minimum user administration will be given to them. Like when we give this content administration, that's a very good question you have there. So when we are giving the roles to the developers, this will be done in security. Anyway, we have this question now. Let's just throw some light over there. So when we are giving this modeling, these modelers will have the authorization to create users and give authorizations to the users for the data that have created and the data which they have imported from the source system. They are the owners of their own data, so they have the grant permissions for that. So this content administration modeling will be given to them. So they will be basically why they need this user administration, the partial user administration rights is because when they are creating reports, they have to create a communication user for that particular report, because a group of 20 or 30 users at the SAP application level will be accessing these reports, and they'll be accessing with the help of one backend user or the repository user the same common user used by all the users for reading the reports in the sales team. So for that testing, they'll be creating one communication user kind of. They'll be creating users. So minimum administration will be done by them. So that user will be assigned to that one every specific report as a backend user in the HANA database. So they'll have the control on those set of users. And still, in case if they're missing something which needs a system administrator, for example, they have their own objects created, imported, and they're trying to execute test something, and they're missing some authorizations. They'll not be having a complete HANA database administrator rights. In those cases, they'll be coming back to us. See, we have created a user for our reports for testing this, and we do not have authorization to assign those authorizations. In those cases, they'll be giving. The modeler will not be having all these rules, or they will not be able to see all these rules. So whatever missing errors that rules that are missing for them there, whatever alert they are getting, based on that will be assigning it to the specific report and objects, and they'll be able to execute. And coming to HDB SQL, honestly HDB SQL part is very minimal, and we'll be giving such a 200 documentation. So whatever task user creations, whatever we do, we can do the user creations and resetting the passwords in the command level. But the majority of this the deployment and reports will be done by the developers. Basically, as a developers in any program, they'll be developing with the code for the program. Similarly, here the developers will be mostly using this SQL code, SQL for deploying the reports and developing the reports. They'll be doing the coding with the help of HDB SQL. So that's the reason HANA Database Studio will also have a HDB SQL console. And how do you access this console? And for administration, mostly it is GUI based. And for our developers, they'll be using right click on the system, the connected SID system, and open SQL console. So they get to the HANA console. And for taking backup, lifecycle management, for administration, configuration and monitoring, open administration cockpit is the same cockpit which you're using, open SAP HANA cockpit. So if we compare, with the typical legacy database systems which are being, which we have been working with in combination with SAP products, compared to those systems, the HANA administration is quite comfortable. Everything is in graphics, and you can take backups, you can recover backups, everything from the studio itself. As far as you are comfortable with the architecture, the sizing concepts, how the memory gets utilized, where to look for the right logs and all. So you might have a question like, when we're doing the entire administration from the studio, what happens if there is HANA is down? There is a way where you have to look at the logs at the OS level, and once we have our servers in place while doing the post installation, that those topics will be coming as part of practical. To create a HANA directory separately for HANA database, in that HANA shared, you'll have the data and log directory. The entire database files will be sitting in the data directory, and the log files will be sitting in the log directory. So this is a prerequisite on the file system that you'll be giving for the OS level team to create these file systems. And even if the OS level team is not there and you're the only person and the Linux box came into picture, how do you proceed with the installation? I'll be giving the screenshots with the commands. I'll be documenting all the steps while doing the installation practically. I'll be showing all the steps, step by step. You can proceed with that installation. When we are heading for a HANA installation, if it is a fresh installation, we need minimum 64 GB RAM. And if it is a migration, we do the sizing. Like for example, you are migrating a system with 1000 GB, which is running SAP ERP on MS SQL. And if you are migrating it to HANA, so it is 70% compression rate is assured. So how much it will be? It will be 300 GB in HANA. So we need to ensure we have at least RAM equals to minimum 300 GB RAM for 70% compression rate, and disk space 3 times of the RAM. So if your source database is 1000 GB there, if you are migrating it to HANA, it will come down to how much? 300 GB. So as this is the in-memory computing engine, we have the concept in HANA sizing, like, the RAM is supposed to be equal to the size of your database size. The database at the disk level. The database at disk level is 300 GB. So you need to have minimum 300 GB RAM equal to that of your DB size. So at any given point of time, if you're trying to read the entire database should be in a position to sit in the RAM cache. So that is a condition. Basically, in-memory sizing, this is very important. And again, the disk space, 4 times of the RAM, 4 times of the DB size, so that you have a sufficient space for taking one backup, one snapshot backup, and additional space for export if needed, and other addition, and one equal to the size of the database for the log volume. So we take 4 to the 12. So 1.2 terabyte of disk space and minimum 300 GB of RAM. And put another additional 50 or 100 GB of RAM, depending on the client requirements and flexibility we have. So that's how we do the sizing. I've given the standard notes. How do we go with the sizing, the formula? Everything is very well mentioned in the session. I've given the note numbers as well. The standard way, how do you basically check the notes which keeps on updated on a regular basis. It's a typical ERP system. You guys can see it, right? EHP 7 6.0 with the simple financials 2.0, SAP S4 HANA 1503. So basically, the primary reports or the on-demand reports where it comes with the predefined reports and functionality. So the finance components. It's a general ERP. It's only the naming convention. The business suite for HANA we started calling it. But when you actually install the system and look at it at the same EHP 7 ERP 6.0, yes, it has this financials and other additional reports, and a lot of unwanted universal tables have been reduced. And this entire system size is only 60 GB when you're putting on top of HANA. And here the database is HANA database in the backend. And the SP support package level is SP11. And here the transactions that we use or for the monitoring and other things, it's all same. SM50 and DBA cockpit. This is a live server. This is not a demo server. So here you can see all the connections. You can see the databases configured, DB planning calendar. See, here the backup is set for every alternate day. This is a development system. Monday, Wednesday. Basically, this is a DBA cockpit transaction where you can look at and check all the functionalities. And similarly, with the HANA Administration Studio, we'll be doing all this as well. Backup console and recovery. The only thing is, you can pair the backups on an immediate basis from here, but for scheduling a backup, you need to have a tape break configured, or you have to configure that calendar from the application level. So here we define the calendar from the application level, and it will be running here. And if you want to track the immediate backup, just right-click backup, and you'll be able to start the backup from here.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which SAP HANA component is responsible for executing SQL statements? Option A, name server. Option B, index server. Option C, Xengine. Option D, execution engine. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, wanna ace your game in managing supplies? Our SAP HANA Admin Training course is here to boost your skills. You can breeze through it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP HANA Admin. Think of it as your go-to toolkit for planning everything. From ensuring we have enough products to smoothly getting them where they need to be. We have got you covered from the basics to some nifty advanced tricks, crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors, Top-notch pros with years of experience. They are here to guide you every step of the way and tackle any questions you throw at them. And guess what? Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. Here's the kicker, it's budget-friendly too. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to level up as a SAP HANA Admin Pro? Hop on board now. For more details, swing by ZaranTech's website.
So we'll be accessing our HANA server, the vendor's network or the server network with the help of a remote desktop connection. Basically, go to system, your Windows system, run, and this RDP will be working only from a Windows system, run MSTSC or directly to remote desktop connection and give the IP address of the server. This is the IP address of the connection. So the similar details will be shared with you, like how to access the system and how to get connected. So this is the server name and this is the username. And so connect. We'll ask for the credentials. It gets connected to the server. And once you get connected to the server, there we have a notepad, the server details, which is a SUSE Linux 11 and SP4, the IP address of the Linux server. As we all know, HANA will be installed on SUSE Linux, and we need a root user. Basically, root user is the admin user for the Linux operating system. This is the password. We need PuTTY or Xmanager or a VNC viewer system to run the GUI. Basically, if we directly go with the PuTTY and log in with the root, and this is the command df-h you use for checking the file system. So we have total 640 GB disk level file system, and top is a command to check the resources on the server. Total 27 525 MB, RAM allocated, that is close to 30 GB. RAM allocated by default. Basically, how much we need? We need for HANA database, only for HANA database installation, we need minimum 64 GB RAM. If you are trying to deploy any applications or data onto it, we need 64 GB RAM. As this is only for practice purpose, we will be running this only database in a standalone mode without any developments or any configurations in it. Only for admin purpose, for our installation practice purpose, we'll be using 30 GB RAM only. And check if there are any file systems already created. So we have our software in HANA Soft. How many of you are familiar with this SUSE Linux?
Yeah, I was with Red Hat Linux.
Okay, good. So majority of commands are one and same, so are common. Don't have any problem with that. One second. So basic commands are these ones, which you can see. Top for checking the resources, df-h for file system, ls-ltr. This will list all the file system, all the files or directories in a particular location. pwd. This will show the present working directory. su -sid-adm. This is basically used to switch the users. These are the basic commands which we will be frequently using when we are doing an installation. And as we all know, like Linux, we do not have it doesn't come up with a GUI. So where is our software? So before we do start with this, sizing our prerequisites, let me give you the reference document. So this is a standard document which you will be uploading it. I can refer it while doing your installations when you're practicing it. So prerequisites, what we need minimum SUSE Linux 11 and SP3 and above. So we have SP4 and C. They are not changing the certain screens. This is a command. This is one more admin command basically, which you can use for doing any administration on the Linux server. You need to check for the IP address and host name, where it has been set properly or not. You can follow the same document and the same flow. Hostname minus A, hostname minus F. So here we do not have this FQDN name, qualified FQDN name. So what we have to do is go to WinSCP, use the IP address. See, these are all the tools. Putty, WinSCP. We use WinSCP for transferring the files from local system to this system. So I'm trying to edit something at OS level. Root, save, and let's give it a name. Or just save it like this. So people who are not comfortable with the command line, you can do the edits with a simple way from here. Just give the root username and password. This we basically use for transferring our files from this is your Windows system on the left hand side. So you can copy any file from this system to this system like this just by only drag and drop. And this gets copied into the HANA credentials. Now you can see the same thing at OS level. ls-lgr star HANA star. Let's see. HANA server content /root. /root. You see that here? This txt file which I copied. See, it got copied at 16:21 AM. So server time. So like this, we use this basically for copying the data, and also if you're not familiar with Linux also, we can do certain changes and tasks here as if you're doing in a Windows system. So as a prerequisite, we need to have this system set up with a fully qualified domain name. It is supposed to have a domain name with the complete details. Our IP address is 252. What would be the domain name? Domain name basically, you can put anything, or your whatever the Active Directory server you have locally for managing all your local systems. So that would be your domain name. Come here and see again. Hostname minus F. Two IP is given here. The server seems to have two network cards. Basically, these settings you can ask your Linux admin to do it, as we are practicing it and we cannot get back to Linux admin for certain things. We can, take care of this minimum administration task on our own with the help of these tools. I'm editing it. On a Linux level, you can use VI editor for editing it, but it will be a little bit difficult for the people who are not comfortable with Linux. So using WinSCP is good for everyone. Okay. So basically, why do we put a fully qualified domain name is adding a system into your domain will enable the smooth access to all the servers within the local area network of your client site or your network in your company's LAN, where all the servers and systems are connected. That's the reason we need to check this prerequisite. So it should come like this. Here the domain is ides.com. So here they have not included it in a domain. So if in case if you have any issues, I tried including it, but it's not pulling up the domain name. So I think they have some domain number, something different. So we can try this. So we've not tested this box yet. So in case if you have any issues, we can check with our Linux team. That's being one of the prerequisites. We need to check for Java installed on the server. In case if you do not have this Java installed, see basically this is a standard document which we are referring to. So earlier versions, SUSE Linux, they never used to come with a pre-installed Java and all these things. So now with the SUSE Linux SP11, SP1, SUSE Linux 11, SP1 and above, we are getting all this Java and everything pre-installed. How do you check whether Java is installed or not in the system? With the command java-version. So here you cannot see java-version. There's no Java installed in it. So here we need to have one Java. And check for your environment variables. It's one way, checking the command java-version. And if you see env is a command which you use for checking the environment variables. Here you need to have something as java_home. If you have done installations for SAP bases and all, like we used to set this java_home in the environment variables for the Windows systems, and we set java_home with the environment variable for the Linux systems. So as you see, there is no variable set. So I was also checking the system now itself. So we do not have this Java. So we'll do one thing. Let's proceed and see. Notepad. FQDN name. And what is Java? Version missing. So we can download the same one, but it will take time. Let's see. Java isn't there. And check the software. Check for the software version if you have full rights on it. So this is a command we use, chmod -R777 for giving the full permissions. On the server, you should have logged in with the root user. So basically, to run the installer, we'll open it in this is a Linux server. We call this as Genome Desktop. So this is actually our Linux server. If you directly log into the system, how it looks. And before we starting any installation, check whether this xclock is working. It should come out with a display like this. So without this, the installer will not start. So we have our software location as cd/hana soft ls. Can you see the screen? Is it visible? It's very small. Is a folder and ls. In this we have data, ls. These are all the software components which we have for HANA database. In this, you'll have only one folder with the name as HDB server. So here it is. So for copy paste on the putty, just right click and left click, it gets pasted. ls-ltr. And here you see a file HDB LCM GUI. So I'm starting it from the putty. Look at this carefully. From here, the installer will not start, and it will give you an error saying unable to initialize is display variable set properly. So this needs a display variable to be set to start the installer. We'll look at setting the display variables in the commands. So basically, whenever you're doing any installation, either use a VNC viewer or a Xmanager. So I'll start the same thing from here. HANA soft. This is the directory location, SAP start. So here I'm starting without setting any variables. So this is starting this GUI. We need this GUI to start the install. We call it as HANA Database Lifecycle Management Tool or HDB LCM Lifecycle Management Tool. So this tool pops up like this, and from here you can pick all the components that you want to install on your system. So primary component is database, the application functional library, HANA Database Client, HANA Studio, HANA Smart Data Access for if you want to configure SAML, configuration SAML, HANA Access Advanced Runtime. So all these things comes as additional components, and install them only if it is required. And you can install these components at any point in time whenever you needed it. So what basically we install is, we install HANA Database, HANA Studio, and HANA Client. So click on Next, install new system, and here select what all we needed. We need an in-house Studio version. Studio is a GUI tool from which we log into the system and from which we do the administration basically. So along with the database, I'm installing HANA DB Client and HANA Studio. We're installing it on a single host system on the same box. And if you're putting it on a multiple host, you have to add the host here for a distributed setup, for a failover setup. You want to install the database on two different boxes where you want to have active cluster, like one goes down, the other comes into picture. The hardware vendors will give a OS level cluster, hardware level cluster, and they will create these file systems, and they'll create the file system needed for HANA. So I'm selecting a single host system. You need to have this installation path. Do we have this created? We don't have it created. We need to have an installation path, SAP HANA. cd root mkdir create /HANA mkdir /HANA. You have to create shared. See, I've given the commands as well. I'll be uploading this Word document. You can simply follow the steps. Except this Java and hostname thing, we do not have any other issues. So basically, with this SP11, it should go without asking for any additional Java. Let's see that. So I'm creating mkdir /HANA /data. This is a place where the actual HANA database data will be sitting in, and this is for the log directory. And you can give this read, write, execute, owner full permissions, and others read, write, execute permissions for entire /HANA directory. Because in /HANA only we have shared data and log. We have full permissions for the owner and others read, write, execute permissions. These are the directories which got created. So now I'm clicking next, and you have to give a HANA system ID. So I'm giving the SID should be a 3-digit alphanumerical number, or just a numerical number, or just alphabetical number. So I'm putting it as HANA Zaran, let's say development, HZD, or Zaran HANA server, ZHS. An instance number could be anything from 00 to 99. And with this, it will create a directory here. If you go and check in CD HANA, see, I'm showing you 3 different tools. Like, you can access it from PuTTY, Xmanager, or with WinSAP. So in HANA data, do you see any directory created here? It's not. So I'm clicking next here. It will create its directory as ZHS. And this is for entering the host. Like if you have an SSL configurations and if you're using one dispatcher server as for wildcard entries, you'll be giving the host name. Basically, if there is nothing, you need not create any host name. It will be the source and target will be the same system. And put the password. This will be the master password for all your systems, for all your connections that you create in the system. System user. So I'm putting it as India $123. You should have one capital letter, one special character, and numerical. So all of you, whatever installations you do, you please put the same password so that it will be easy. In case if you forgot or if you once the class is done, if you have to rebuild the server, it will be easy for the admins to take care of it. This is a system user. Basically, the system user is a complete database admin user. Database user system password is invalid. Password must contain at least 1 digit. This is the SAP ADM. This is the user which acts as a copy of root user for doing any administration purposes. Basically, system user is a complete database admin user, which is a complete DB user which you use for database connections for connecting to other systems and all. SAP ADM is a OS level user which we will be using as a root user for doing administration activities. Because once the installation is done, HANA admins will not be provided with the root access because that will be there with the Linux admins. So they will take back the root access by changing the password. We'll be using only this SAP ADM and SID ADM. Our SID is ZHS, so we'll be having ZHS ADM user also. This is called as master password because the same password would be set for all the users. If you want to set it differently for different users, you can set it. So this is a summary. Now we are about to fire the installation. So remote execution SSH command mode, it is running in installation path in HANA shared. See, when you see this, when you're going for a distributed method, this is a HANA shared where the directory will be, where the DB will be installed, and this HANA shared directory will be shared on network file system. This will be shared on both the boxes. So when you're doing this installation on a distributed or high availability or in a cluster mode, so this particular path will be mounted on all the boxes, and this will be sitting in SAN. So if any server goes down, whichever server is active, it will automatically access that particular file system from the storage area network, which is on network file system, and it will see to that like services are up and running. So I'm about to start the installation now. Location of log volumes, data volumes, and I'm starting the installation.
Hey there, wanna ace your game in managing supplies? Our SAP HANA Admin Training course is here to boost your skills. You can breeze through it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP HANA Admin. Think of it as your go-to toolkit for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to smoothly getting them where they need to be. We have got you covered from the basics to some nifty advanced tricks, crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors, top-notch pros with years of experience. They are here to guide you every step of the way and tackle any questions you throw at them. And guess what? Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. Here's the kicker, it's budget-friendly too. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to level up as a SAP HANA Admin Pro? Hop on board now. For more details, swing by ZaranTech's website.
Installing the database, installing the copy of HANA HDB HCM, installing HANA Database Client, Studio, creating component list, registering SAP HANA components to localhost. So if you have any issue with this host file and Java, it fails at the last level. So this was for about an hour or less than that. So if you have good memory of 64 GB, it gets completed in 45 minutes to 30 minutes. So if you guys would like to see this, I can ask to leave this meeting open so you can keep monitoring this one. Or enough you can, take access over this and you can monitor it. You can do the same setup, but for the first time you have to set up these directories. So I've already created these directories. So if you want to practice it, let me run through this document. Here, you can just start the installer tool, and when it says new system installation, you can add more instances. The same box, you can put more instances as ZHS1 or ZH1, ZH2, 3 like that. You can put multiple instances in it. We just have to, take care of one thing, like, there's no other instance running. Like when you're running more than 2 or 3 instances, obviously the memory will be consumed. So what we do is, like, you can stop this instance once this is installed. You can stop this and you can install the other one. And I'll show you the process of how to uninstall it and how to clean up the system in a right way, just not like, deleting it. The traditional method and the standard method of uninstalling the system. See, basically uninstalling, you may run into certain issues at certain times and the requirements might keep changing, like when you're building the boxes for implementation. So every time if you want to uninstall the system or format the system, you need not be in a position to go into OS level team and asking them to format. That's not the right approach. We cannot be dependent on the Linux guys all the time. So the best way is, like, use the same tool and use the uninstall process. So that will help us, like, in a professional way, like how to clean up the system in a proper way and then again to do it. So I'll show that. Meanwhile, let me show you this document. Let me show you all the options in the document, which I'm about to give it to you. You can refer to the document and follow the steps. Here the hostname might be different. Hostname is different from the hostname what we have. Is visible. So here, these are the commands what we use. YAS-T2 for setting up the IP address and hostname. This basically will be done by the Linux admins. So I have given a lot of additional steps in this document which are actually not relevant for you for doing the installation at this stage, but it will help you. Like if you run into any kind of situation when you don't have access to the Linux admins, or where you are in a situation at a client side, you just got your HANA server, got it installed with Linux server and that got delivered at your place, and you have to start with your installation. So this document will be your one-stop solution for all the issues. So this is a command to set up IP address and hostname YAS-T2 at the administration level. It will give you a browser what hostname you want to give and what IP address you want to give. You can just give it. If you have any person with if you just know your gateway and IP address details subnet mask, you can give it with this. And ensure the Java is installed. For earlier versions, as I was saying, like, we used to have the dependency of having Java. So now we mostly doesn't have it. Seems like we already have it with this package, database package from SP9 and above. See, basically, as I'm now installing it, as you have seen, like in the beginning, when I did Java -version, I didn't see it. So after this installation, if you do this, it might have already got installed here from the packages. It comes with Java, with SAP Java. Basically, this image, like, this seems to be an image which is not specific to HANA. This is standard SUSE Linux SP4. But the image that we get with HANA hardware, like, which we get for HANA servers or which we download for HANA installations, that comes pre-installed with the Java. So we need to see it. Even I'm not sure on this, like how this works here. So if we have any issues, it will kick out an error in the last step. The only thing is, most of the cases, they don't know the file system. You see, our installation might need only 500 GB. You do not need all the 500 GB in the server for one particular instance. You need only 200 GB for it. So that slicing and all they don't do. They just give a base operating system. They install it and give it to us. So after coming to our place, again, what we'll be doing is we may in a position, we'll be in a position to format it, again partition it. And here we are just creating the directories. There we'll ask the Linux admins to mount these directories. HANA has to be mounted. If you do see like this, the real-time servers, if you do df-h, it is not visible here. Basically there, /HANA will be visible. I mean, like the directories will be mounted in the structure.
Right.
Here we are not mounting it. Yeah.
Because there, I think the directories are treated as mounted as a file system.
File system,
with a limitation. Now here it's under root probably.
Root
right?
with we are free to use up to 600 GB water disk space is there without any limitation, and as we are doing it for practice purpose. But in a general scenario, we give this file system for HANA directory. What are your DB size? We give that DB size, and we ask them to create that particular partition and mount as a file system. This is one thing. And if you move forward from this one, like once you install Java, just the variable that we have to use is a command: export space Java_home, and wherever the Java is installed, the Java path, like this is a command. This is a screenshot of the command. And check for software, and check if the software, whatever we have full admin rights. chmod -r 777 is the full rights, full read write execute permission for the change for the owner and others, and a group for the users falling in the same group. So if you don't have to go with all this, the comfort level is go to WinSCP. So you see that all these directories are created. ZHS instance is created and it's creating directories in it. If you put one more ZH1, you don't have to create these directories now again. It will simply go just to give the HANA shared directory. It will give ZH1, Rupen1, Rupen2, like this R1, R2. So whatever SID you give, all these instances will be formed here. Similarly, the log directory. Similarly, you see the same in shared SID. And HDB 00, this is the instance 00. This is where you check for your instance number. ZHS, HDB 00 is an instance number. And if you are installing ZH1, you'll see the folder as ZH1. In that, what if you are given the instance number as 99, it will be HDB 99. This is service.sap servicemarketplace.com, and in the DB editions you have this HANA in-memory computing engine. I'll show that tomorrow. We need user credentials for that. Okay, I'll be showing that. I'll have it ready and I'll show that. We need user credentials of the customer who is having license to download the HANA software. Not all SAP customers or not all users will have that authorization. So let me look out for one which has authorizations and I'll show you. Go to your root directory and HANA software, and apart from setting the permissions there, you can simply look at your permissions at the WinSCP level. See, this is the permissions, full permissions are there. Go right click, properties, and see. You can see the values here. See, I'm saying 755. It's saying owner can read, write, execute. All of you please look at this very carefully. And group can read and execute. Others can read and execute. If I'm giving 777, everybody can read, write, execute. Group is root, owner is root, like this. If you do not have any permissions fully set, ensure that this installation directory or the dump always has 777 permissions. So if you do not have read, write access for all these folders, it comes back saying like, the folder cannot be found or file cannot be found. And if you simply come and see here, the file will be there. Basically, it implies like it doesn't have permissions to read it and execute it. Okay, that's one more thing you have to take a look at. I'm showing you both, like to set the things at command level and to do the things in a simple manner with the WinSCP. Creating directories. You can create the directories like the way I did with mkdir command. And also, see, this is very, very important. Like the installation plays very crucial role, and you have to do installation by another next two classes. Like you'll be provided with the access, and you can post the messages in the blog. If you run into any issues, we can request a session and we can have one additional session again if needed, if any of you are having issues in doing the installations. So here you have an option like create. This is the one. Create a directory. You give any folder like this, test, set permissions, all in one go. You have created a directory and then set permissions. So you can do like this. So, but be very careful when you're doing such things and we are deleting anything when you're logging as a root, because once it gets deleted with the root user, it cannot be retrieved. So be very careful and consciously do whatever you're doing with the WinSAP tool, for creating directories or deleting anything. Basically, you don't have to delete anything, so don't delete anything. And this extras is basically, and this step will be there, like in whatever media you download, in that you'll have data units, HDB server file, and in that you'll have server, and in that you'll have HANA hardware check.py. So basically, earlier we used to have this error, authorization error. So whenever we install on a non-certified HANA hardware, it used to kick out with the error. Now, the HANA has been exempted for practice purpose with the 30 days license. So any server which is running on virtual machine or VMware, the installation can be run without kicking out any error. So when we used to have those errors, like for demo purpose, if you have to install it, we used to remove that script. This is a script. I just went to that path. Just completely delete the script. Simply select the entire script. Come down. Go till top. If you have any hardware check issues, you can come till top. Just delete it and save it. As it is already there, as you can see, installation already started. If it was giving problem, it would have been given in the beginning itself. Now it is not giving any issue. You can have this thing there. But if you're going for an interview or real-time situations, don't delete this script. If you want to practice it on a virtual machine, if you have any system with a 60 GB, 40 GB RAM at your place with a good course of CPU and you want to practice HANA installation, yes. And if it is giving any hardware check issues, just delete the script and run the installation, it will run. And this is for creating a temp directory. Basically, if you want to have a look at the system, like where your installation files are going and sitting, you can create a HANA INST directory in the temp directory and put a variable to make all the temporary files created during the installation to go and sit in that particular directory. This is not mandatory. If it is needed, you can do it. As we are doing only one installation, there are no files there. I'm not set anything. So in a general cases, if the installation is running, SAP INST is running, so I keep a directory and do it. So this is for SP9, basically the same steps. So set env, temp directory, java_home and path. All these variables were mandatory. Earlier we used to put it manually and then start the installation. Now we don't have any problem. In case if you have any issues like this, so just to ensure that there are no issues will arise, follow the same steps. There's no harm in doing it. This is the installation guide that I was following, and where it says how to start in a batch mode, command line, and interactive mode. HDB LCM or HDB LCM GUI. HDB LCM will give you command line installation. It will ask you the SID in command line. It will ask you the instance number in command line. It will ask you the master password in command line. There will not be any graphics. You can do two ways of installation. But just nobody is doing command line. We have graphics. They do with the graphics. Check the X clock display and start the installation and select HANA database. This screen will not allow you to select anything. Just select database and click on next. Here we missed one screen. Yeah. So on the next screen, you have to select database client. Here, database client and studio, new installation, single host, give your SID, master password. So it will be running. Once the installation is completed, you'll get a message like this. We'll see these steps tomorrow, like what we have to do after installation and all. And then I'll upload this. I'll be uploading this document for you to practice tomorrow. After discussing further, like what has to be taken care, how do you stop and start the installations and all these things. So just to quickly give on that, like in your basically as per standards, you need minimum 64 GB RAM and 8 cores of CPU. As we are putting up only the standalone mode edition, like we are having only 30 GB RAM. So 30 GB RAM is sufficient for running the DB installations, DB alone installations. And we have about 4 cores of CPU. And disk space, even if you have 100 GB disk space, that should be sufficient, because HANA database only gets installed less than 10 GB. And if you're putting ERP on top of it, it comes to 40 GB. That's what like our intention is, to check with the coordinator and the server support team. See, basically we are planning to create a different remote desktop IDs for each of you, so that you can log in and you can use the tool one by one and practice installation. But I feel like all of you will be hitting the same server. I'll come out with a plan on that. Even still I don't have a clarity on it. Let me let you know. I'll let you know in the next class. I have to check with the server support team. How is that they're going to facilitate the access? If not, like you can use this. Yeah, it got to install. You say this, the installation got completed.
Right.
Yeah, the installation got completed. So we do not have this Java prerequisites and all. You straight away go with that, like putting the variables. That's a standard concrete way, or like the way we got used to it from the day one. People like me, like we do the same way, like putting up the variables, everything manually, and we do it. So you can go in the straight method as well. Sorry. Yeah, regarding this server access, I'll let you know. We'll see what best way, like we can have like one server for either both of you, or like all one by one. We have to see that, like we'll give access for one person at a time for continuous days. So one person does the installation, then goes up. See, basically outside everywhere it happens like this. Like they show the installation and they create users in HDB Studio, only the admin users, and they'll show the administration tasks only in the Windows here. But here, the Zaren, like we are trying to push, we are trying to facilitate everyone, like with the installation exposure, like so that you get to do installation hands-on, and that's a basic agenda. So let's see. We'll try to do that.
Hey there! Wanna ace your game in managing supplies? Our SAP HANA Admin Training course is here to boost your skills. You can breeze through it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP HANA Admin. Think of it as your go-to toolkit for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to smoothly getting them where they need to be. We have got you covered from the basics to some nifty advanced tricks, crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors, top-notch pros with years of experience. They are here to guide you every step of the way and tackle any questions you throw at them. And guess what? Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. Here's the kicker, it's budget-friendly too. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to level up as a SAP HANA Admin Pro? Hop on board now. For more details, swing by ZaranTech's website.
So there are two ways of like where you can start and stop a database. So basically, you can do it with a root user. We use the root user when you are in a situation when you are not able to switch the user to SID ADM, and when you forgot the CDADM username and password. So basically, if you know the CDADM and username and password, we basically log in with our SID ADM. How do we check our SID ADM? We go to our directory which we have created, cd/HANA shared, and do ls, list the files, that is ZHS. So what would be our SID ADM? Our SID is ZHS. So switch user hyphen ZHS ADM, enter, and after this HDB space info. So this command will show you all the servers processes running in the system. As you could see, like as per the architecture, what we have seen, what are the main work processes of the HANA database: HDB name server, HDB compile server, index server, access engine. So you can see all the server processes running. And similarly, HDB start will start the system. Basically, it's already running. Hit and HDB stop. These are the commands to start and stop the HANA database. And how do you add a HANA system? To add the HANA system, what are the files we have here? You need to know the HANA system IP address. Look at this carefully. And your instance number, we have given 00. Description, you can give the SID just for you to identify the system, ZHS. And here, give the master user, that is system user. And the password is the master password that we have given during the installation. What we have given master password? Give that India $123. See, this is like our SAP GUI, and this is a place where we'll be doing our maximum administration. We call it as HDB Studio, and if you want to delete the system from here, you can just go here and say remove. It gets removed from here. Studio is like installed here locally on the Windows system. Just like a SAP GUI can be installed on your local system, so this can also be installed on your laptop on Windows. And this is a tool, just basically a front-end tool. So this is here, I'm getting connected to one HANA Studio from here. You can add a number of systems, like all servers. If you have more systems, more instances, you can get connected to more systems from here, one after the other. So click on System Monitor, select this instance, and click on System Monitor. It will show you only the glossary, like overview. All services are started. And click on this one and select Administration. This will actually take you to your administration console. And if you click on this one and select your, this is for Workbench, go to the Workbench. This is for ABAP developers, modeling. We call it as modeling. So administration console, SAP HANA development, modeler, plan with. So these three are the tools which are used in the from Studio, which are accessed by development team. Want to do import, export of reports, and want to do development. From administration perspective, we use this console by default. This is the administration console in which you have all these tabs. So it is refreshing. It is actually loading the information here. Why it is taking so much time? 27 GB. We already have 25 GB used. So this is a place where we can see whether we have all the resources correctly allocated or not. So if you look at the overview, you can see all the information in one single tab. You have options to adjust the controls here. The peak used memory, total allocated memory is 24 GB, and peak used is 11 GB, and the highest used is 14 to 15 GB. The resident memory that you have. CPU is 100% used. So I was actually taking a screenshot and mailing it to the concerned team to increase the resources on the CPU front. Disk usage. So we have 30 GB allocated and we have 5.13 GB. And here you see the actual HANA DB version, HANA 1.0, SP11, and the .144, this is a revision, we call it as a revision. Within the patch levels, we have revisions, like, small revisions happening for every couple of weeks or every 1 month. So we call it as revisions. And the patch which gets released for every 3 months or 4 months, we call it as a patch 1.0 SP11. The SUSE Linux is on SUSE Linux 11, patch level 4. And the hardware manufacturer is VMware. It's a virtual machine. And if it is HANA HP, if it is IBM, it will be shown as IBM HANA hardware, HP HANA hardware, like that. And this is the landscape details. You could see all the server processes running here. So if you see any of these processes in green, in yellow, it indicates it has some issues or warnings. So we need to find out, like, what are the issues and, what is causing the problem. You can see the information from here, from the diagnosis files. As we are loading it initially, it is taking some time to open it up. It's saying pending. It is loading the files. So in the same server, you can put additional instances, more than one instance. So when you are installing the other instance, better what you do is you switch the user like this and stop the instance. You're in USR SAP ZHS HDB 00. So the instance number is 00. So similarly, if you are using a root user to start and stop, let us see how do we stop and stop with the user. Basically, when you're switching to the user, the SID ADM of the particular instance, like, instances, ZHS is a HANA DB instance. So when you're switching to that user and when you're doing HDB start and stop, this script is basically calling this one in the backend. It calls the same thing in the backend. So basically, if you're trying to stop with the user, see, let us do certain things. Let me open one more window here for our better understanding purpose. I'm duplicating the session. I'm opening it here. I'm logging in as root. What's the root password? Admin 123. Right? So these are the basic Linux commands. I've given a lot of additional information in this notepad. You can download it and save it for your future reference. See, these are OS level commands I have given in this notepad. ls-ltr. Anybody has any doubts with the OS Linux commands, please ask me. Don't worry to ask me any questions on this. So even if you're not comfortable with Linux administration, or if you have never worked on Linux administration, it's nothing to do, we wouldn't be doing much of activities at the OS level. We just try to log in with the PuTTY or with the Xmanager to do the installations. Once the installation is done, you can always use the PuTTY for the administration purpose. And we use ls-ltr to list the files in the particular directory. fdisk-l to give the disk space. fdisk-l. You should be logged in as a root for this to list the file system at the hardware level, like this. It will give you the total file system. Basically, you may not need this. You can write it as df-h. If you are having running notes, please make a note of all these commands. You can quickly refer to your running notes, df-h, and pwd, present working directory, ls-ltr to list the files. Who am I? So this shows with which user you are logged in as.
Sudhakar, one question. This is Rupen.
Yeah.
Do we have to select any specific shell like BAS or is it
Nothing. You don't have to select any shell. Basically, once you're logged in as root user, it will go to the bound shell, and when you log in as a SID ADM user, it will automatically go to the con shell. So we don't have to select any shell. Just try to switch the user and try to understand how to stop and start. That is more than enough for us. Nothing beyond that. Because we'll be having Linux administrators for any administration related issues for Linux part. So we can always reach out to the Linux admin team in the real time. So basically here, as we are heading the installation on our own, so we are creating directories, doing certain tasks on our own to save the time, which we are supposed to be aware of. So these commands, you do sudo for you su, and this is the location where you can see your OS release at OS level. Just copied it, and I'm doing a right click. See, it says SUSE Linux 11 patch level 4. And top is for checking the clock, env is for checking the environment variables. And here also I've given set env display, how to set the environment variable. Export your Java location and export path in case if you are doing the older versions. For newer versions, do not need it anymore. And for temporarily setting it, temporary directory. This is not needed, this parameter. So coming to the start stop commands, let us see. Let us see to get process list. So this and HDB info does the same task. So in one window, I'll be running this command as root. Okay. Here it is giving the information like this. See what it is saying. User SAP post control exe number instance number 00 function get process list. Why I'm copying paste is like this is case sensitive. G capital, P capital, and L capital in this one. And I'm doing same transaction HDB info, but this will work only with the SID ADM users. If you do with HDB info with root, it will not work. It says command not found, because that is only binded to the admin user. Here it shows all the processes which are running like this: HDB name server, index server, engine. And here you look at the same thing: HDB name server, index server, everything in green. It says green, status running, green, status running. So this is a command to get the information. This is HDB info and get process list. They do the same work. And for start and stop, we do the same thing. If you give this command as stop, it is stopping. You can see this literally happening here. From here, you do a refresh. So you see this? This is going down. Connection to the database server lost. Please check server and network status, because I have stopped the server there. This is one way of checking the status. You can check with the root user, SID ADM user at OS level, and also you can check with the system admin HANA Studio if you have already configured it. And you can also, if you have the right privileges, if you know the SID ADM username and password, you can do start stop from here itself. You can do start the system from here itself. Start the system now. Okay. We'll ask what it is asking. Enter the username and password of the operating system, SID ADM. So here I'm giving ZHS ADM. There are three different ways of doing it. If you know the SID ADM, we can start and stop from the studio itself. You may practically do this, stopping and starting. Just coordinate within yourself, like, who is using the system and who is not. It's starting. How do we check it from here? Let us see HDB info now. As we have stopped, see, you don't see any information now. Do you see anything running? No. And let us see, select upper arrow key to go to the previous command. This was my previous command. Enter. Oh, sorry. Prior to this, get process list. Yes. You see here, it was all showing green, running. But now it is saying what? Gray and stopped. So it is not yet started. It says not yet started. It's here it is stop, right? Let us do start from here. At times it won't get started from the studio because it could be due to various reasons. Network related issues and certain ports are not open completely between your local system, this RDP system and our Linux system. So I tried starting it from here, but it is due to some reason it is not able to reach it. It is able to start only SAP HANA start. So what I am doing now is I have fired the command to start it from the Linux server, Linux level, function stop, and here I did start, and later I did get process lit. And it is saying it is in yellow. It is starting up. Let me do the get process list again. It is in yellow still. It is in yellow. Let us see, refresh here. So now you could see it is actually loading up. Now it's actually starting up. It is starting. Some services not started. It is still in the process of starting. So now it is C, green, running. So peacefully look at the command, the document of the file. You can see all the process now running again. So this is how we check the status of the installation, and as soon as the installation is done, take a backup of it, and we'll see the backup in a backup session. So now all the services are in green mode. See, basically when we are doing installation, it goes and sits in your temp directory, the installer. The installer will actually root/temp here, TMP, and here you can see the date changed. During the installation, whenever you get an error, like, for more details, the log is found at so-and-so location. That is for, like, the installation logs will be sitting at temp directory. And the actual issue, the information related to the actual issue, that will be in our /HANA data shared ZHS C. HANA shared ZHS HDB 00. You have one location is work. So this is work directory. Basically, when you have an SAP installed, SAP instance binded with a HDB, you'll have instance specific information here. And here you'll have, in the same directory, you'll have a folder with the host name. Our host name is SAP HANA. What is host name? This is SAP HANA is a host name. So in the host name, you actually see all the trace files. The trace files at the OS level, all the available log. So we can see, I can see, I've done installation on 16th, and later on, I did a stop now, and system was down for 21.2 to 21.05 for 3 minutes. Again, I started it from 21.06 till it is again up and running. So how many times you have stopped and restarted the system, I can find it from here, just like in SAP also. So name server, index server, all the trace files, all the log files. You can see all the log files here. Any issue related to start of the system, you can see the log files here. The detailed log file will be logged here at the OS level. Okay. So the same things are available here. From the studio, you go to diagnosis files. How many times shut down.sap, what happened to it, why it was shut down. You can see all the logs, open it here. It killed the process, kill -2, the process number. This was a SAP process. This is the only log we can see here. And what are the logs? Dev SAP start. All the information. You can see all the log files from the date. You can sort it based on the date modified, compile server, pre-process server, name server. You get to see everything. STD error. Any specific errors to anything. You can see if you're missing anything, any variables, any OS related issues. And apart from this, you can also configure the trace levels. So unless and until it is needed, do not activate anything here. So you can activate and deactivate for troubleshooting purposes. So we'll see that in the administration. So for now, to check your installation status, these are the post-install steps. And under the post-install steps, you'll be taking a backup. We'll be doing backup in the backup sessions. So if you want to try to access system and to check it, you can check it. I can make you presenter. Let me check once first of all. Do I have rights to make you presenter? From RDP, you just need to connect it. I'll make you presenter. It's Ruben, right? Yeah. I'm making you presenter now. So try to get connected to system. I'll guide you.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the recommended method for moving an SAP HANA system to a new host? Option A, copy the data and log files manually. Option B, use the SAP HANA database migration option. Option C, perform a full data backup and restore. Option D, recreate the system from scratch. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, wanna ace your game in managing supplies? Our SAP HANA admin training course is here to boost your skills. You can breeze through it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will dive deep into SAP HANA admin. Think of it as your go-to toolkit for planning everything, from ensuring we have enough products to smoothly getting them where they need to be. We have got you covered from the basics to some nifty advanced tricks, crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors, top-notch pros with years of experience. They are here to guide you every step of the way and tackle any questions you throw at them. And guess what? Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. Here's the kicker, it's budget-friendly too. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to level up as a SAP HANA Admin Pro? Hop on board now. For more details, swing by ZaranTech's website.